Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar?
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira economy and the Rajiv economy. That was a genuinely dead economy. If you want an economy that is vibrant, this is that economy. The economy of India today under the Modi government is, in fact, the envy of the world. It may not be the envy of Donald.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Viewers, welcome to the show live this morning. Good morning. Did you sleep well? News isn't just shared. Sometimes it is also asked about, like, how was your night? How was your morning? And did you sleep well? Questions like these are often filled with care of loved ones. So just like us, you should also ask your dear ones this thoughtful question. Did you sleep well? They'll feel very good about it. Operation Akal enters day 3. 2 Lashkar terrorists taken down. Manhunt on to trace the rest underway. Asian Cricket Council announces venue for India-Pakistan match. The BCCI continues to maintain silence amid national call for no cricket with the terror state. 15-year-old minor from Balanga set ablaze by criminals loses battle of life. Parents demand high-level probe to nab the accused. Government sources indicate India to continue oil trade with Russia's Trump's penalties to have no economic impact. MEA says national interest first. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju ignites a political storm over statement by Pakistan politician which claims their people are sitting in India's parliament. Well, Well, viewers, thank you for being with us this morning. Now, the mask has fallen off, the political sheen has shattered. One of Karnataka's most powerful families is now reeling under disgrace. Former Member of Parliament Prajwal Revanna has been sentenced to life in jail by a Bengaluru court, found guilty of repeatedly raping his maid and others while filming the horror. Now, Prajwal Revanna, a once promising parliamentarian, now has his face sealed behind the bars forever. Now, will Prajwal Revanna's prayers be answered by the High Court? That is something that needs to be ascertained. Well, here's the full story.
One high-profile political dynasty now drowning in disgrace. A shameless parade of temple runs desperate to dodge justice. And a predator grandson of former PM H.D. Devegowda exposed and convicted. The law has finally slammed its iron fist down on former Hassan MP Prajwal Revanna. A Bengaluru trial court has delivered a crushing blow, life imprisonment for Prajwal Revanna. For repeatedly raping his domestic help, for filming his brutality, the court has thrown the book at him. A rapist in power, now a convict in chains. Rupees 11 lakh compensation has been ordered to be paid to the victim, a woman who was exploited, violated and filmed.
Today, special court has awarded sentence to the accused, to the convicted former MP, Mr. Prajwal Revanna. Under Section 276K, he has been convicted for 2 years. Under Section 276N, he has been convicted for life with remaining period of life. And he has also been convicted on various provisions of Section 354 and IT Act as well. Now, the total compensation amount of 11,50,000 rupees has been awarded, out of which 11,25,000 rupees will be paid to the victim. In addition to the compensation which is awarded, the accused is liable to be remain in prison under Section 376N to the remaining period of his life.
During sentencing, Revanna had the audacity to question the timing of the charges, pleading for leniency. His last-minute plea for mercy was flatly rejected by the court. The prosecution has dropped another bomb. Revanna's mother, Bhavani Revanna, too will stay behind the bars. The only question now is that will the Karnataka High Court grant him the lifeline, or will the predator rot behind the bars for good?
Breaking news coming in. Venue for the Asia Cup 2025 has been announced. India to face Pakistan in Dubai. The Asian Cricket Council has confirmed that the upcoming Asia Cup will be held in Dubai and Abu Dhabi from September 9 to September 28. Now, the outrage over India facing Pakistan in the tournament stems from the terror attack in Jammu and Kashmir's Pelgaum, during which 26 tourists were killed on April 22 by Pakistan-sponsored terrorists in the name of religion. Now, India responded with Operation Sindoor on May 7 to avenge the attack and dismantle the terror infrastructure across the line of control and deeper inside Pakistan. Now, in the Asia Cup, India can face Pakistan 3 times in the tournament. Apart from the scheduled group stage fixture, India and Pakistan can compete in the Super 4 if they qualify from the group stage. If they manage to go past the Super 4 stage, they will square off for the 3rd time in the tournament's final. The ACC released a statement confirming the venues for all the tournament fixtures, and the tournament will follow the T20I format and feature 8 teams. The 5 full members of the Asian Cricket Council, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, India, Pakistan and Sri Lanka, along with the UAE, Oman and Hong Kong. That's the latest breaking news coming in. The ACC released a statement that had confirmed the venues for all the tournament fixtures. And well, India, Pakistan, UAE and Oman are in Group A, while Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Afghanistan and Hong Kong are in Group B. Although India is the formal tournament host, a neutral venue will be provided for opposing team for 3 years for competitions held in India or Pakistan, according to agreement between the BCCI and the PCB. Now, during the tournament, Dubai will host 11 matches and Abu Dhabi will be home ground for 8 fixtures. The tournament opener is placed between Afghanistan and Hong Kong on September 9 in Abu Dhabi. And moving on from that, viewers, Congress leader Rahul Gandhi stirred a massive political row after he claimed that former Union Minister late Arun Jaitley had threatened him for opposing the farm laws. The BJP soon flagged the Lok Sabha leader of opposition's bizarre claim as fake news and asked him to stick to facts instead of rewriting timelines to suit the narrative. Here's the full report.
Former Union Minister Arun Jaitley's son Rohan Jaitley hit out at Congress leader Rahul Gandhi over his remarks on the late BJP leader that he had threatened him over farm laws. He warned Rahul Gandhi to be mindful while talking about those who have passed away. Speaking exclusively to Republic, Rohan also reminded Rahul that his father passed away in 2019, while the contentious farm laws were introduced in Parliament in 2020.
तो राहुल गांधी क्योंकि लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन है, उन्हें आप क्या कहेंगे क्योंकि आप सर के पुत्र हैं?
देखिए, पहले भी बहुत लोग लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन रहे हैं एंड इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पोस्ट को बहुत रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी से होल्ड किया जाता है. Therefore, someone has to be more responsible and in more depth and more research oriented than making statements without any basis. मेरी पोजीशन और उनकी पोजीशन सेम है, जहाँ पे दोनों के पिताजी नहीं रहे, तो उनको समझ आनी चाहिए कि कितनी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटीज़ होती हैं और किस तरीके से जो लोग हमारे बीच नहीं हैं उनकी तरफ एक रिस्पेक्ट मेंटेन की जाती है. एंड रिस्पॉन्सिबल स्टेटमेंट्स इज मोर रिक्वायर्ड देन एनीथिंग एल्स देन अ पर्सन होल्डिंग अ कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पोस्ट.
Notably, the three farm laws in question were brought in by Centre in June 2020 as an ordinance nearly a year after Jaitley's demise. Rahul Gandhi's remarks came after he alleged that the BJP had once sent the late Union Finance Minister Arun Jaitley to threaten him for opposing farm laws introduced by Narendra Modi government. BJP MP Anurag Thakur reminded Rahul Gandhi of the timeline of the farm laws and said that Arun Jaitley had passed away way before the bill was even introduced and demanded an apology from him for a new lie. Meanwhile, Union Minister Nirmala Sitharaman lambasted Rahul over his remark on former Finance Minister Arun Jaitley, calling him irresponsible. As the leader of opposition, Rahul Gandhi continues to face flack for factually incorrect statements. Will he now apologize or deflect once again?
Shifting our focus, viewers, in the recent encounter at Kulgam, the Indian forces have successfully eliminated 2 Lashkar-e-Taiba terrorists and 2 more terrorists are held up. After India was successful in avenging the historical fight against terrorism in Operation Sindoor, India is still keeping its security beefed up.
While keeping a stringent eye on the security of the nation, an encounter including the Indian Army, the CRPF and Jammu and Kashmir Police took place at Akhal in the Kulgam area of Jammu and Kashmir. Operation Akhal is the third major encounter in the last 7 days. On Wednesday, 2 terrorists were eliminated during Operation Shiv Shakti in a gunfight with security forces near the line of control at Pooch in Jammu and Kashmir. In a post on X, the Chinar Corps of the Indian Army said, intermittent and intense firefight continued throughout the night and this will be named Operation Akhal. Out of the 5 terrorists who have been tracked, 3 are foreign nationals and 2 are Indians. Haris Nazir, a Lashkar-e-Toiba terrorist who hailed from Pulwama, had been active since 2023, was killed during the encounter. 1 more terrorist who belonged to the same group has also been eliminated and 2 have been brutally injured. With the success of Operation Akhal, India's security forces have once again proven that even though terror lurks at the borders of the nation, the forces will always stand as a formidable shield withholding it from penetrating within the country.
Big breaking news coming in on the broadcast. The minor girl who was set on fire in June by miscreants in Odisha has died in AIIMS, Delhi. The girl was undergoing treatment in AIIMS after she was allegedly set on fire by the miscreants in Balanga area of Odisha's Puri district. The incident happened on 19th of June. Now, the girl who had sustained 75% burns was airlifted from AIIMS Bhubaneswar to AIIMS Delhi on July 19 and was admitted to the burn ICU. Now, Odisha Chief Minister Mohan Charan Maji expressed his condolences, and in a post on X, Odisha Chief Minister wrote, and I quote him, "I am deeply shocked to hear the news of the death of the girl victim in the Balangir incident. Despite all the efforts of the government and the round-the-clock endeavours of the specialist medical team at AIIMS Delhi, her life could not be saved."
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया, और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के आपने अपने स्टूडियो में बुलाया था और बुला के मेरे को पूछ के सही तरीके से मेरा इंटरव्यू लिया था सर। उसका काम हो गया और अच्छा काम हुआ उसके अंदर, सही तरीके से सही जजमेंट, सही एविडेंस और जो चाहिए वो विटनेसेस मिल गए सर आपको।
मुजावर जी, लास्ट टाइम जब आपने बात की थी हमारे साथ, आपने एटीएस के बारे में बात की थी। आपने बोला एटीएस ने एविडेंस को फिक्स किया था। इस पूरा केस एक खोखला केस है। आपने ये भी बोला था कि ये जो विटनेसेस थे उनको मारा गया था। एंड लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, मुजावर हैड met us at Republic in Mumbai 6 years ago. He was going from one court to the next. He met us in our office. He came with us. He came to us with a bag full of documents. When he was fighting in the courts, and we sat down, we spoke to him, we understood that he was an ATS officer who nobody was willing to take at face value back then, because Parambir Singh was calling the shots in Mumbai. And that is why Mujawar never had the chance to speak. Mujawar ji, हमें ये बताइए।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So, during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira economy and the Rajiv economy. That was a genuinely dead economy. If you want an economy that is vibrant, this is that economy. The economy of India today under the Modi government is, in fact, the envy of the world. It may not be the envy of Donald Trump right now, but the simple fact is that the Indian economy is the fastest growing economy in the world. You can see this in the IMF's latest forecasts. They are very modest forecasts, but in fact, the economy of India has grown at an average annual pace of 8.2% in real terms every year for the past 4 years. And it has achieved that with a current account deficit of less than 1% of GDP. India has the lowest inflation now that it has had in about 15 years. And in fact, the only time that the current account position has been better than this is during the last 3 years of the Vajpayee prime.
Let me in fact call on stage Rajnal Malik, partner and Gen AI GTM leader, PwC India, Nitin Dua as well, co-founder and chief product and operating officer at Cubo Hero Electronics Venture, Dr. Sudhin Barorkar, AI and digital transformation advisor, and our moderator for this panel, Abhinav Agarwal, co-founder and CEO of Fluid AI. Thanks so much.
All right, so excited to be part of this panel today, and you know, the panel talks about leveraging AI for business, right? And I think it's going to be very relevant for anyone listening on TV as well as the audience here today, because it effectively is a panel to figure out what the next 5-10 years, what are those AI, generative AI use cases going to look like, where the disruption is going to come, right? And for people studying especially, it's going to be a very interesting panel because they need to figure out which are those areas that are not going to be relevant in the next 5 years when they enter the job world, and which are those areas that are going to be highly in demand. So Rajnal, let me start with you, right? On the PwC side, you lead a lot of the partner and Gen AI GTM. Where are those big true impact use cases that you guys are seeing both inside PwC but also deploying for a lot of customers, right? Which are those industry sectors that you're seeing true impact and not just, how should I put it, not just fluffy and, you know, sexy use cases that people talk about, but where the real value and meaty value is being seen?
So if you'd asked me this question a year back, I'd have said it is still fluffy and amorphous, etc. Today, the questions have changed completely. If you look at domestic companies, if you look at GCCs, if you look at, you know, small, big, doesn't really matter. People's ambition in the business world is kind of limitless as it comes to AI. And I think I can't think of too many companies that have not started the AI journey. And the impact is largely in three broad buckets. One is the entire customer-facing side of it, be it marketing, be it even, you know, back-end L1 support kind of stuff. The second is people are now thinking about how do I disrupt my own business using AI. And the third is the operation side of things, right, which is the efficiency, so legal, HR, IT. So how do I make those teams much more productive? And then beyond that, the ambition is limitless. So, I'm hearing conversations like, a year back, people would say, okay, tell me one use case. Today, they're saying, well, if you think about the entire technology stack, we had a lot of discussion about technology recently. But if I look at any large company's technology stack, it is largely lots of SaaS applications that don't talk to each other. How about I replace the whole thing with agents, AI agents, right? Yeah. And if that were to be the case, I need to completely rethink the way the architecture works, how I go to market, what do I do, the kind of offerings I can provide, the price points at which my service becomes attractive. So that is happening, it's real, and it's happening across the board. So it's small, big, large, all over.
Awesome. And Nitin, coming to you, right, as the co-founder and chief operating officer and product officer at Cubo, I guess you get that perspective of also seeing the consumer side of things, right? Not just the core enterprise, but actually, Gen AI products or AI products or general products that hit consumers as well. So on the consumer side, what are those key trends or areas that you're seeing that are really kind of creating a dent, like consumers are excited? One is obviously the software world with the chat GPTs and the Claudes and the Anthropics of the world and the Geminis. Yep. But what's your perspective? Because you guys also do a lot of the hardware and product side of things, right?
Yeah, so I think just a bit of context from the previous session. I think the session ended saying that we should be a product nation. And happy to say that, at Cubo, we are a product company founded in India around 8 years back, 3 years of initial R&D, and we launched our first product around 5 years back. We were fortunate to have Hero Group as a patient investor, as likely concluded by the previous panelists. You do need patient capital to do anything to do with technology, whether it is AI or even something else. See, at Cubo, what we are trying to do is we are not taking AI as an add-on, right? We are building our company based on AI. Our vision, in fact, our internal vision many years back was we'll build a consumer tech company at intersection of hardware, software, and AI. And today we have a range of products across security, across comfort, convenience, which all of them have AI embedded in that. So if I give you an example, we have smart cameras which actually can detect intrusion in your homes and alert you directly on your phone. And I'm not talking about very high-end, costly cameras. I'm talking about everyday consumer cameras that we've launched. Yeah. Similarly, we have launched video doorbells that can actually do face recognition. And even when you're sitting here right now, you can get a video call on your phone and know who's at the door. You can also unlock your door remotely sitting right here, right? So to just go to your question, I think consumers want convenience. If I talk about everyday consumers want safety and security, but these are the kind of needs that have emerged. For businesses, obviously, I have a bunch of things where we are using AI. I'm happy to talk about it, but I think consumers are excited about anything new, right? So if something is cool, you can make it more exciting, more new age, add more convenience to our daily lives, because our lives have gotten busy. There's a fear factor, right? We have a product called dash cameras, right, that protect you on the road. We are able to actually protect many users who have been falsely accused of wrongful accidents, right? So people have video claims right in front of them. So I think that will be my view, that is what consumers want.
Awesome. No, absolutely. And there's so much unstructured data, right, when it comes to videos, that AI algorithms are becoming phenomenal at processing. I have a 3-year-old son, so me and my wife would love a camera that can give us a feedback of what he did the whole day at the end of the day after going through hours of video. But Sudan, coming to you, Dr. Sudan is obviously been in the AI space, been an AI digital transformation advisor as well, right? Ex-SBI, Barclays, so a lot of banking experience. I know Rajnil touched a bit on some of the popular use cases, but in banking and finance, right, since you've spent a lot of time in that space, is it still, because the typical ones, right, customer support for banks is the biggest first use case that everyone talks about. Is it still just a lot of automating customer support, automating tickets, having an AI talk to customers to reset their passwords and all? Or are you seeing more bigger trends, especially in India, coming that are slightly, bigger in nature and having other areas apart from this top 1 or 2 that everyone talks about?
So the AI tsunami is not just for customer experience or solving some tickets. It's much bigger than that. And let me step back a bit. As head of innovation of State Bank of India, the largest lender in India and a top 5 global bank after the merger of its 7 subsidiaries, I benchmarked our core banking systems at 24,000 transactions per second, 1.5 billion transactions a day. And today, this core banking systems serves more than 500 customers, and more than 700 million accounts. This is the most advanced, scalable, state-of-the-art, cutting-edge, bleeding-edge core banking system in the world, developed in India by Indian technologists. We went a step further. We launched in around 2017-2018 our YONO application. This is a super app for banking. I call it a bank in a box, where we introduced the autonomic lending, right? So that for our BNPL, that's buy now, pay later, and for digital lending, the customer has to go completely digital. They just leverage the JAM, that is your Jandan, your Aadhaar, and your mobile, your smartphone. And in a complete automated, autonomic manner, the loan is disbursed in a record amount of time, right? And we have seen that using these digital technologies, using AI, we have seen the operating costs of the traditional lending versus digital lending. It's gone down from over 60% operating cost to just 20%. And the customer has a great experience. Everything is digital. All the data we capture is now being analyzed. So the use of AI is for massive transformation. And I beg to differ that, there are a lot of statements being made that we are behind the curve and, we need to do a lot. We've already done a lot, right? We already have this base. We have this core banking base. We have this digital payments base. That's alone about 500 million transactions a day, right? We have the entire digital GST, right? Then we have the entire financial inclusion program, the Jandan. That's about 500 million accounts again, which is the most successful financial inclusion program in the world, right? So we could be, or we may have been, the IT services capital of the world. But I think with the leverage of AI and the associated stack, like machine learning, data science, data pipelines, low code, no code, right, all this great stuff, I think we can easily become the AI and deep tech capital of the world.
Awesome. And just coming back to you, Dr. Sudan, and I just request everyone, all the panelists, to keep their answers crisp because we have a lot to cover. SBI just came out with, they did an RFP to purchase almost 564 crores worth of NVIDIA cards, GPU cards. Union Bank is doing, did an RFP on generative AI. Are you seeing public sector in this case, and this is great for future generations, right? Are you seeing public sector take a faster leap into generative AI as compared to the private sector this time around, especially in areas like banking?
So I think, across, the first time in my corporate career, I was told in a public sector bank, right, fail, but fail fast, right? Take the shot, just go ahead and implement all the emerging tech, right? So I think this is just a precursor of what's going to happen in the future. And yes, we do need that GPU infrastructure, because when we look at the transactions tomorrow, if we have to do inferencing across 1.5 billion transactions a day, right, we will require all this multiple parallel processing. We'll require a technology called CEP, which has now become complex event processing, which is actually an older technology, but now has become complex inference processing, right? So along as we do this inferencing at scale, right, and we have the scale, we will require the GPU infrastructure to cope up with.
Absolutely.
So one area where public sector banks, I think, are taking a lead is on open source models.
Okay.
For a variety of reasons, public sector banks want the data to not leave India. And that's best done if it's done on-prem with open source models that they can own. And a lot of the innovation that you see, that at least I am seeing, is around that. And I will tell you, when this entire wave of Gen AI applications started, I was a little skeptical about regulated industries, especially like financial services and healthcare.
Correct.
But perhaps because they have built up, like we are hearing, in the last 2 decades, a lot of the core technology that you need for this stuff to work. This is just, if you did not have data, if you did not have compute, if you did not have memory, this stuff is not going to work. There's no AI which works on zero data, right? So because of that, banks, hospitals, etc., they have built a huge corpus of technology, enabling technology for the ecosystem as well. And I think a lot of the innovation, especially in open source, is happening right now in public sector banks in India.
Absolutely. And, in terms of everyone keeps talking about AI being able to write phenomenal amounts of code now, right? And the cursors and all the tech, the GitHub co-pilots of the world, they really thumb their chest in terms of 40% automation, 60% automation, in simpler use cases, 70% automation, right? Facebook came out and said a large part of their code base is now written completely by AI. So what do you think is going to happen to our IT sector, right? Especially a lot of the audience today, they're kind of going to enter this market. Is it like the Infis, the TCSs of these world, they're going to get bigger because they're implementing AI at scale and they're going to get a lot more business? Or are these going to get disrupted because suddenly a lot of the people that they were putting down, right? Even for you guys, like a lot of the people that are tech people that are putting down into these roles or helping outsource, are they going to just get disrupted and be replaced by AI? How do you see that pan out?
So I'll answer that in 2 parts. One is specifically for code gen, and the secondly is largely, the macro trends. You see, if you look, and code generation is not just one big bucket. There are many things. There is code gen, there is code review, there is code documentation, and I've been in technology for 25 years now. If you ask people what are the worst parts of your job as a developer, they would say code documentation, okay, or somebody else's code review. Now that's the piece that's going away, okay. In fact, code generation, if you look at where this is great at, I'd say code review and code documentation, it does fantastically well. Brand new code writing, it's not there yet. I'd say maybe it's going to get there in some time, but it's very, very good at documenting what's happening and reviewing and doing error checks. Now those things, I think if you're a good programmer, you need, and you would in fact write more code. See what's going to, and now let me come to the slightly macro trend. What's going to happen is you suddenly will have more free time. Now you can do 2 things with that free time. Either you can, be laid off, which I can bet you is not going to happen, but you will have to upskill because in that extra time, somebody said, you have to think bigger, you have to become a product company, whatever it is. But that free time is now going to go towards that stuff, which I think is a great thing for India to happen. What is going to happen is everybody's job, every single person, doesn't matter if you're a technology person or not, there'll be some tasks that you do today which will get automated. And that's fine, I think. That's a good thing. You might say, I've also heard arguments that, well, at times people need to be bored, okay? If you're always productive 8 hours a day or whatever, 12 hours a day, that kind of just fries your brain. But I think the productivity benefit that you're going to see is actually essential for us for the Viksit Bharat, for the 2047 vision that we have. And it is not just, in code gen, we will need to upskill. That's a given. And upskilling, and I don't think that it's status quo yet. As we heard the previous panel talk about, there is bound to be reimagining of the entire tech stack. GPU may not be the final word. Transformers may not be the final structure. Generative AI, agents may not be the last word in Gen AI. All these things are going to change. And so I think the freeing up of time and doing mundane stuff and focusing on these new age things is going to take the country forward.
Coming back to you, Nitin, do you find that a lot of the consumers, a lot of the electronic stuff that you guys build, right, embedded, is the AI work that you guys do very different from what traditional software companies are looking at, right? Because everyone's hooking on to an API in the cloud, an OpenAI API, a Gemini API, and they're building great demos, they're building interesting solutions. Is the challenge very different for you guys because you're essentially building it on the hardware, or are you also kind of going the same approach as the rest
Yeah, so I think to answer that question, the challenge is slightly different. The first biggest challenge that we faced is how to maybe shorten our models or make the models that we are running compact, because I have to run it on the edge, right? And I have to sell devices to the end consumer, and I cannot overprice my products. We have competition from the neighboring countries. We have international competition. We have all sorts of products out there. In fact, the first product we made was overpriced, and it didn't succeed only because it was overpriced. So we actually had a big learning that I have to deliver on AI, but yet I have to do it at what we call as a low footprint memory, low footprint processor. And that is where I think the industry has evolved. And we were able to solve that challenge with the help of our in-house tech teams and make a decent presence in this market. And in the last 5 years, what we also added is how do I now embed the AI into the customer experience and also in my business overall, and not just for the product, right? So the first part was AI-enabled products, and the second part is now AI-enabled customer experience and AI-enabled business. So I'll just add on to a little bit. So now when we are developing products, we are using AI actively to benchmark the experience of similar products globally. We are using AI to make sure that our architecture of the code is globally best in class, and the products deliver on the promise that global products are delivering without even actually probably maybe testing. I don't have the capacity or a bandwidth to test hundreds of global products that are selling out there, right? But AI can help me to get to similar level of efficiency in my product. We are also using AI to solve 60% of customer queries on their own. And I'm not talking about like, a transaction company or a Zomato or an order company where is my order? Okay, courier guy is coming. I'm talking about troubleshooting products remotely, right? So the status of the product, whether it is live, what is the network condition, we are embedding that data through our CRM. We are passing it on to the analytics servers. And then Gen AI is able to answer to the customer that, okay, your product needs a better network condition. Maybe you need to restart your router or you need to talk to your telco or whatever, because our product parameters are fine. It's basically the situation at your end that needs to change. So that is not only helping me improve the customer experience, but also reducing my cost. Otherwise, people will say, can you send an engineer at home to look at why the product, the product is not functioning properly. So I think those are the kind of things we are doing now as a business, and also trying to use AI for sales. So we are piloting what we are calling as AI demo agents, who will give demos of the products when somebody comes to our website. So those are the new changes that we have implemented, and I'm sure it is happening in other industries also. But we are trying to do it in consumer electronics and in smart products.
No, that's a great point there, right? Self-diagnosing devices, right? So you don't need an engineer to visit.
Predictive maintenance.
It can just auto-solve or at least assist the customer in solving his own problems. Is a great trend nowadays. Dr. Sudhan, coming to you, I know we talked a lot about the successes in AI, the opportunities, where good things are happening. But where do you think most of the catastrophic failures, or where is it not working? Or in your experience, where have you seen that, it's just been a lot of spend with very low value return?
I tend to disagree. I think the biggest transformatory risk, as I see, the biggest risk as I see today is not starting your AI and deep tech journeys. That's the biggest risk. Okay. In my view, everything in technology has worked, right? Right from coming from the IBM world, right from the days of mainframe, where we used to write in COBOL, then we moved on to Unix, distributed systems, a client server, and then the internet, and then big data, and now there's a tsunami of AI, right, coming through. So in my view, there are just two important things. One is that the first time in technology history, everyone, that's technologists, non-technologists, managers, CXOs, founders, everyone, we can talk to the data. Yeah. It's never happened before, right? And this is very transformative, because the kind of work that we have as part of our technology refresh across large enterprises, right? Data warehousing systems, data lakes, core banking systems, overall the data platforms, right? All this requires now intelligence. All this requires transformer models. All this requires attention. All this requires AI, right? So this coming tsunami is something, and the second point is that it's like some theory that goes around saying that AI is only for the tech folks of the organization, okay? And that's just 1% of the organization, typically. I completely disagree, right? This AI, especially Gen AI, where the only programming skill you require is English language, right? And now you can talk to your data, you can talk to all your platforms, all your systems, all your logic. You can build the logic, right, in a few milliseconds, right? So I would say that AI is for the 99% of the organization which is not into tech. So leverage this tech, right, to conquer the world. There are a whole lot of use cases across ethical and responsible AI. There is the entire space of reg tech or regulatory tech, leg tech, legal tech, soup tech, supervisory tech, right, FinOps, right? And then there's the entire manufacturing piece of it. There's smart materials, chips. There is autonomic systems, right? So I think this is a once in a lifetime opportunity for all of us. And just to reiterate, the biggest threat, right, the biggest risk is not starting your AI journeys.
Okay, that's a great note. And in that aspect, right, this is an open question to all three panelists here. If I'm a student entering the workforce today, right, on the tech side, or I'm a parent guiding my child, right, I have three options. One is to kind of join a regular services or a system integrator company, right, your Accenture, TCS, Infosys. I could join a product company. I know the last panel talked a lot about product being the focus for India and for the future, right? I could join a generative AI product company. Or I could join a specialized vertical, right? A company that's focusing on sales-based AI, a company that's focusing on customer support-based AI, a company that's focusing on AI on edge for embedded systems. What advice or approach would you give such a person in terms of where do you see the future lie for industry? And do you think academia is getting it wrong right now, or are they on the right track when it comes to AI education of this generation?
I think you should, and it doesn't matter if it's AI or not, you should always join a company that lets you be fulfilled. Okay, whatever lets you fulfill your own desires. I think one thing about the Indian education system is that we tend to be over-schooled and under-educated to a large extent. And this has been the situation for the last 100 years, nothing to do with now. And I think you need to focus on getting the best out of yourself. I think there's a place for every single one of those things, because I'm literally seeing, I'll give you one example. So this was a very large telecom company, and they came to us and said, well, look, because of geopolitical reasons, there are lots of tariff implications in different parts. Now, the way their ecosystem works is, let's say there's a ship sailing from, I don't know, somewhere in the Mediterranean Sea, and that ship needs to come via the Suez Canal, and then something needs to come to Bombay, and then all kinds of stuff. Now, each one of those things can be disrupted, either from climate conditions, or from Suez Canal getting blocked, or geopolitics, or then tariffs, etc. Now, for you to do a simulation of that entire network was not possible before. Okay, now you can. And you can take all of these pieces as input. In fact, going back to what you were saying earlier, I think the reason AI will fail is if you're thinking too narrow, and if you're thinking of it as a tech problem. If you're thinking of it as a, can I dream big problem, can I solve my real business problem, and that will generate significant value for my shareholder, I think there is a place for all of these things. One thing I do see the tendency of youngsters to depend on this completely and stop their thinking. I don't think that's the right approach. It is a tool that will help you get better, but it is you who have to finally get out onto the pitch and do the batting. You can have a coach, you can have a masseuse, you can have all that YouTube videos to tell you how to swing the ball, but unless you are getting the wicket yourself, it doesn't show up against your name.
Okay. Just quickly opening it up to the audience, if there's any questions, we have time for one.
So like we get a lot of branding opportunity. Like let's say I'm here in the morning, I want to show my students I am Prof. Kheda. I go here and there was a founder faculty with Amity. Now it's Fosthema Business School and other places. So I immediately did go to ChatGPT or whatever. I put in my thoughts. I'm coming here. I want to leverage myself. Okay, my employees knows I'm in Republic. He made it so beautifully. Everything I did a small 10 to 15% of changes. So everybody knows already. So I think it's a branding opportunity. Other people become bigger and bigger. Absolutely. And we are talking, ye kharab hai, वो खराब है तो ये इसमें ये हो जाएगा इसमें वो हो जाएगा I think something absolutely disruptive thing has happened. This chat GPTs, whatnot, chat, cloud. Abhi I was talking to sir, like people who are half my age, I can learn so much from them. So it's a great branding opportunity. No, everybody knows that something is happening in Republic. Tomorrow this Republic get listed, they can get a lovely valuations.
Absolutely.
That's the beauty of this time. We are in a great time. I think there is no time to regret and stand whatever. Sorry, I immediately got carried away to give in my comment. Sorry.
No.
So absolutely, yeah.
If your point is it's a great branding opportunity, it is, absolutely. And I'll tell you how that translates to the business world. A very large, one of the largest Indian FMCG companies came to us and said, look, I've launched this new product. And when I launched this, I thought the target segment is going to be between, let's say, 25 to 35 age group. Now, it turns out that a lot of demand happens just less than 25 and just more than 35 age group, right? Now, traditionally, what they would do is for them to suddenly target the less than 25 and more than 35 groups, they'd have to go to a branding agency, an ad campaign, figure out what works, what doesn't work. Now they put the thing in a prompt in ChatGPT and said, okay, use this. This is what I want to do. This is the thing I want to show on the creative, and use my brand colors, and then come up with a campaign. And earlier, I'm talking 6 months back. At that point, they had static images. Now they can do the same with video. So now imagine you can target whoever, whatever, as long as you have the thought to say, doesn't matter what product, I can target anybody programmatically. Without going through the market testing, because that happens in real time.
So I was like really gung over it. I have known so much. Now the world is really flat, Yep. Anybody can do anything. It's just a thought, an idea. Absolutely right. Thank you, sir.
Last question, and then we'll close because we're almost out of time.
So my question is that as the tsunami of AI is coming, and it is said that AI is learning faster than it was expected to. So how are we as a student supposed to start our journey so that we can cope up with the speed that AI is learning? Thank you.
It's an interesting question, and academia is this mixed bag of saying don't use ChatGPT for assignments, don't use AI for this, and at one end they're like, okay, no, you need to learn this tech because it's the future. So what advice would you guys have?
Yeah, before that, I just have a question to the audience. When was the world's first AI system developed? How many years back? Take a wild guess. When was the world's first AI system developed? How many years back? Mid-50s, okay. Any other guesses? Which year?
I can't, put a number to that.
Okay, I don't know about
it. As far as civilization goes, I think it existed. It just didn't get documented that way, probably.
Okay. So the world's first AI system was developed more than a century back by a company called Honeywell in the form of an autopilot, which could fly the plane without the pilot's intervention. This same autopilot has saved many lives. Yes, there were a few tragic crashes, but that is because of either manufacturing defects or because of pilot error, right? So your autopilot has been there, AI has been there. Coming from the IBM world, our IBM Deep Blue defeated the then greatest chess champion Garry Kasparov in the late 90s, right? So the fact is that waiting for AI to happen is not an excuse anymore. Right? This AI, I have learned all these algorithms, all these deep tech stacks, all by myself. Okay? So you have to just take the shot, right? In all these companies, General Electric, IBM, Barclays, State Bank of India, and now I'm on my own, right? Right? All these companies have invested in transformation and innovation, right? And I've always had a job in those companies. And even today, post my corporate life, there's a tsunami of AI work that I have to do. All right? So just don't hang in there. You know, you either conquer the world with AI or get conquered.
Awesome. So I think we'll end the panel here. Just we are out of time. Sorry.
My very humble questions. What is your vision as a panelist that how this AI tsunami is going to help our common countrymen, wherein more than 80% of people are still being served with the free meals, and I don't foresee that they have annual income more than 5 lakh rupees. Besides the mobile phones and Jandan account.
So, see, I think we need to fundamentally understand that if we were sitting 20 years back, we were talking similarly about mobile phone technologies. People were scared of mobile phones, especially the elder age. New technology has come. Internet existed 40 years back. It came into mainstream consumer maybe 20 years back. So I think every time something new comes and there is an inflection point that has hit the AI technologies. Like he mentioned, AI has been around before all of us in this room were born. However, it has hit an inflection point where it has now reached everyday consumers. And if we look at the tech history, if we all fundamentally unanimously agree that the tech advances in the last 20, 30 years have moved the nation forward, it is only natural to say the tech advances that are happening now, which we are saying it's basically Gen AI and other applications of AI, they will also take the nations forward, right? Because these are technological advancements. The past advancements have also helped us gain more efficiency, have helped us, humanity in general, not just any nation, get more productive, get more out of our lives of 70, 80 years. As an individual, if you look at today's generation, in their 80 years average lifespan, they can do much more than probably what our ancestors did. And I fundamentally believe that the workforce of tomorrow can do 100 times more if they adopt Gen AI. So Gen AI, use it as something to make, it's a golden period for the workforce because you have a tool at your hand which is giving you knowledge of every domain. So it totally depends on where your passion lies. Choose any field of your liking, but I don't think there's any field left where AI will not penetrate. So use AI tools to make sure that you are more productive, you are more efficient in whatever you do, and also probably better because AI will give you more ideas. You don't need to spend time doing mundane stuff. So that is my view. I think it'll make us better and give us a better future.
Awesome.
Everyone is utilizing the AI for having more and more market capitalization. But suddenly AI had two very popular, SBI had very popular apps, YONO and YONO Lite. In one go, they slashed 80% of their customers by upgrading the security upgrade that you should have more than 11 to 12, and all those mobile phone users have been deprived to use the YONO and YONO Lite. Any specific answer?
We'll take that question offline. But last, one tool that you use in the AI world that you can't live without. Just one tool, anything.
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT, Nitin?
ChatGPT.
Sudhin?
Yeah, Gen AI.
Gen AI. Okay, awesome. So it's a lovely panel, and we hope you got some really interesting learnings of what the future of AI is going to look like, where you should enter in terms of the industry, what are those popular use cases. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया। और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के आपने अपने स्टूडियो में बुलाया था और बुला के मेरे को पूछ के सही तरीके से मेरा इंटरव्यू लिया था सर। उसका काम हो गया और अच्छा काम हुआ उसके अंदर, सही तरीके से सही जजमेंट, सही एविडेंस और जो चाहिए वो विटनेसेस मिल गए सर आपको।
मुजावर जी, लास्ट टाइम जब आपने बात की थी हमारे साथ, आपने एटीएस के बारे में बात की थी। आपने बोला एटीएस ने एविडेंस को फिक्स किया था। इस पूरा केस एक खोखला केस है। आपने ये भी बोला था कि ये जो विटनेसेस थे उनको मारा गया था। एंड लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, मुजावर हैड met us at Republic in Mumbai 6 years ago. He was going from one court to the next. He met us in our office. He came with us. He came to us with a bag full of documents. When he was fighting in the courts, and we sat down, we spoke to him, we understood that he was an ATS officer who nobody was willing to take at face value back then because Parambir Singh was calling the shots in Mumbai. And that is why Mujawar never had the chance to speak. Mujawar ji, हमें ये बताइए.
I was born in a home with 60 family members and one kitchen. You understand the challenges of a joint family. Family gave me a deep sense of culture. It gave me a sense of learning to live with contradictions between family members, but the bonding and the pleasure of being together was awesome. And when I started Kotak, there's one thing I said, I want to bring the family culture to the fore in how we build the culture at Kotak. One point which I would strongly consider as an important aspect in our journey, it's the bonding, the family culture, and the people sense which is at the core of successful institutions.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
The top headlines. Operation Akal enters day 3. 2 Lashkar terrorists taken down. Manhunt on to trace arrest. Asian Cricket Council announces venue for India-Pakistan match. BCCI continues to maintain silence amid national call for no cricket with terrorist day. 15-year-old minor from Balanga set ablaze by criminals loses battle of life. Parents demand high-level probe to nab the accused. The government sources indicate India to continue its oil trade with Russia. Trump's penalties to have no economic impact. MEA says national interest comes first. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju is igniting a big political storm over a statement by Pakistan politician which claims that their people are sitting
in India's parliament. Getting you some big updates coming in right now, viewers. Breaking news coming in. Kulgaon encounter enters day 3. 2 terrorists have been neutralized while 1 has been injured. Hunt on for the 2 more terrorists is still underway, viewers. The encounter has resumed again early in the morning. The counter-terrorism operation is being carried out in a Akhal area of Kulgaon district. Jammu and Kashmir Police Special Operations Group, Army and the CRPF are launching the anti-terror operation. So those pictures are coming in, viewers. As the Kulgaon encounter is underway. 2 terrorists have been killed in this ongoing encounter with security forces in Jammu and Kashmir's Kulgaon district. Security forces launched a search operation in the forest area after receiving a specific intelligence input about the presence of terrorists. A search operation then turned into encounter after terrorists opened fire at the forces. I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us. We have with us Gursimran Arawat. Arawat is joining us live from Srinagar. Arawat, I'm coming across to you right now. And if you could just take our viewers through what's happening in encounter, because 2 terrorists have been neutralized. And remember, this encounter comes just after the 3 terrorists who carried out the Pahalgam terror attack on April 22nd were killed by security forces during Operation Mahadev. And now we see 1 more encounter underway. Yes, Arawat. All right, we'll go straight across to Rawat in a short while from now, but just getting our viewers back-to-back updates on what is happening in Operation Akhal. So clearly, there has been some big moves and a big win for the security forces because 2 terrorists have been neutralized while 1 has been injured. Hunt on for 2 more terrorists is still underway. The encounter resumed again early in the morning. The counter-terrorism operation is being carried out in Akhal area of Kulgaon district, and Jammu and Kashmir Police Special Operations Group, Army and CRPF have launched the anti-terror operation. That is right. So we're still getting our viewers more updates coming in and try to connect to our reporters who are going to help us understand what is happening on the ground. But this is coming in as 2 terrorists have been killed in an ongoing encounter with the security forces in Jammu and Kashmir's Kulgaon district. Security forces launched a search operation in the forest area of Akhal after receiving specific intelligence inputs about the presence of terrorists. A search operation then turned into an encounter after the terrorists opened fire at the forces. Viewers. All right, let's move away right now, viewers, to some of the other stories that we're tracking here at Republic TV. Breaking news coming in. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju also fact-checks Rahul Gandhi over his comments on the veteran politician Arun Jaitley. Kiran Rijiju says, and I quote, "How much one person can lie?" He further said that Arun Jaitley died in 2019, so how can he threaten Rahul Gandhi in 2020? Earlier, Rahul Gandhi received criticism for his remarks that Arun Jaitley threatened him in 2020 during the farm law protest. So this is what we see right now, viewers, on Republic TV, where we are learning that this time the Union Minister Kiran Rijiju has fact-checked Rahul Gandhi over his comments on veteran politician Arun Jaitley. Meanwhile, Arun Jaitley's son Rohan Jaitley slammed Rahul Gandhi for his comments. He said that the farm laws come months after the passing away of his father. Let's listen in.
देखिए, इसमें 2 चीज़ें हैं. एक जो कृषि कानून था, फार्मर बिल था, वो स्वर्गीय अरुण जी के देहांत के बाद लाया गया था सन 2020 में, और सामाजिक तौर पे सबको जानकारी है कि उनका देहांत अगस्त 2019 में हुआ था.
24 तारीख थी,
24 अगस्त 2019 को हुआ था. और रही बात, क्या वो धमकाते थे एज ए नेचर? उनके स्वभाव में ही नहीं था. वो डेमोक्रेटिक प्रोसेस के इतने स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्टर थे कि अगर किसी का कोई ओपिनियन है जो कि किसी अपोजिंग व्यू का है या किसी व्यू में मतभेद है या कोई अलग क्रिया है, तो उसमें कोई धमकाने का प्रोसेस नहीं होता. वो एक हेल्दी प्रोसेस है. रही बात दिस एलिगेशन कि भाई मेरे को थ्रेटन किया, इज टोटली डिनायबल बिकॉज इट इज़ एन इवेंट ऑफ फार्म लॉ विच इज सब्सिक्वेंट टू हिज डिमाइस. तो इसमें कोई बेसिस है नहीं. देखिए, अब ये चीज़ तो वो इस बताएंगे कैसे धमका सकता है कोई किसी के जाने के बाद. उनके देहांत के 13 महीने बाद, अरुण जी के देहांत के 13 महीने बाद कृषि कानून टेबल हुआ. जब अगस्त 2019 उनका देहांत हो, उनसे चंद महीने पहले उनका स्वास्थ्य ठीक नहीं था, वो लोगों से मिल भी नहीं रहे थे। पहले भी बहुत लोग लीडर ऑफ ऑपोजिशन रहे हैं एंड इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पोस्ट को बहुत रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी से होल्ड किया जाता है। Therefore, someone has to be more responsible and in more depth and more research oriented than making statements without any basis.
The Indian Army remains steadfast in continuing flood relief operations in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Punjab, further highlighting the Army's commitment to assist civil authorities during natural calamities. Here's a quick report, viewers. Take a look.
The Indian Army continues flood relief operations in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Punjab. This further highlights the Army's commitment to assist civil authorities during natural calamity. In Madhya Pradesh, columns deployed in Guna and Shivpuri districts were de-requisitioned today following stabilization of the situation. In Dholpur, Rajasthan, an Army column is on standby, ready to respond immediately if the situation deteriorates. Simultaneously responding swiftly to a requisition received from the Deputy Commissioner of Sri Ganganagar, the Indian Army mobilized a team. This team is tasked with providing technical assistance for waterlogging issues due to flood-like conditions. The Indian Army continues to monitor the situation closely and remains fully prepared to respond to any emergent contingencies swiftly.
Okay, getting you some more breaking updates coming in. A Chinese manufactured drone was recovered near India-Bangladesh border in Tripura. This has sparked a joint investigation by BSF and Tripura police. A drone weighing approximately 915 grams and fitted with 2 high-resolution cameras was found in a paddy field near the Durgabadi border outpost by a local boy earlier this week. The site where the drone was discovered in just 650 meters from the India-Bangladesh border, a sensitive stretch regularly monitored by security forces due to ongoing cross-border concerns, viewers. So those pictures are coming in right now, Republic TV. Chinese drone recovered and a Chinese manufactured drone was recovered near India-Bangladesh border in Tripura. Okay, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories we're tracking on Republic TV. The Election Commission of India has refuted RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav's claim that his name is missing from the electoral roll. The ECI labelled the claim as mischievous and clarified that Yadav's name is indeed present at serial number 416 in the draft electoral roll, making his statement factually incorrect. The ECI has also said that any claim stating that his name is not included in the draft electoral roll is false and factually incorrect. Here's a detailed report. Take a look.
RJD leader Tejasvi Yadav made a stunning claim. He said that his name had been omitted from the state's draft electoral roll. Listen in.
ये application है, मेरा भी नहीं है। हम चुनाव कैसे लड़ेंगे? अभी तो देखिए, ये चुनाव आयोग का एप्लीकेशन है और मेरा EPIC नंबर हमने इसमें डाला है। EPIC नंबर अगर आप चाहें तो हम बता भी दें। RAB 2916-120 इसमें कैप्चा आता है। हाँ, अचार है। अब हम डालते हैं। चुनाव लड़ने के लिए आपको बूथ वोटर बनना चाहिए, बिहार का वोटर होना चाहिए, तब जाकर के हम चुनाव लड़िए।
This comes after the Election Commission released the draft voter list for Bihar following a month-long special intensive revision or the SIR exercise. ECI was quick to set the facts straight. ECI has made it abundantly clear that Yadav's claims were nothing more than mischievous and that his name was in fact present in the draft electoral roll. Mincing no words, ECI stated that the remarks were false and factually incorrect. The row comes just days after the Election Commission was forced to respond to the explosive allegations of the electoral manipulation made by Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. The poll body has now launched an investigation into Yadav's claims. Sources add that an FIR will be registered against the former Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar if he is found to be in possession of 2 voter ID cards.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
And getting some more updates coming in right now, Madhya Pradesh CM Mohan Yadav attended the groundbreaking ceremony for 6 industrial units worth approximately rupees 1,600 crores in the industrial area of Sihor district. Andhra Pradesh CM Chandrababu Naidu vows full support to Union Minister Nitin Gadkari for construction of rupees 70,000 crore highway projects in the state. Speaking at the launch of the National Highways Program, Andhra Pradesh CM Chandrababu Naidu has highlighted significant progress in the state's road infrastructure. He stated that the road network expanded from 4,193 kilometers in 2014 to 8,745 kilometers within 5 years during his previous tenure. The Election Commission of India has refuted questions raised by Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. Earlier on June 12, the ECI has written a letter to Gandhi referencing an article published in a leading media outlet dated June 7, 2025. The situation in Pune's Yawat village remains tense after a controversial social media post sparked violence. The police have registered 5 cases and detained 20 people involved in that violence. Here is a report from the ground on what happened.
After 4 days of mob violence, leaving dozens injured, cars vandalized, bikes set on fire. All of this over a controversial social media post. 2 groups from 2 communities got into a fight. Tensions arose in Yawat 4 days ago due to desecration of the image of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj.
यवत गांव के उस लोकेशन पे हूँ जिस जगह पर आगजनी घटना हुई। मैं तस्वीरें दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से गाड़ियों को तोड़फोड़ किया गया। ये सामने देखिए, ये गाड़ी देख सकें अल्टो का, ये देखिए किस तरह से तोड़फोड़ किया गया है। ये देखिए पूरी तरह से तोड़फोड़ किया गया है। अंदर पत्थर भी मौजूद है, अंदर पत्थर भी मौजूद है। देख सकते हैं किस तरह से यहाँ पे गाड़ियों को तोड़फोड़ हुआ है, किस तरह से तोड़फोड़ किया गया है और पत्थर अंदर मौजूद है। अब बाइक को आग लगाया गया है, मोटरसाइकिल को आग लगाया गया। मैं तस्वीर उसकी दिखा रहा हूँ किस तरह से जल गई है। ये तस्वीरें देखिए, ये देखिए बाइक, ये देखिए किस तरह से जली हुई है। आगजनी किस तरह से घटना हुई और किस तरह से बाइक जल गई है, पूरी तरह से जल गई है। ये देखिए किस तरह से यहाँ पर बाइक जली है और यहाँ पड़ी हुई है।
The local, after imposing Section 144 in the Yawat village, have registered 5 cases and detained 20 people so far.
देखिए जहाँ जहाँ मैंने आपको लोकेशन बता दी हैं, जहाँ जहाँ लोकेशन में ये हुआ है उन लोगों की जो इन्फॉर्मेशन उन्होंने हमें फर्स्ट इन्फॉर्मेशन दी है कि हमारे इस व्हीकल का नुकसान हुआ है, यहाँ पे घर का कांच फूटा है या एक स्ट्रक्चर जो है बेकरी का जो थी चीज़ें उस पर हमने तकरार लेके दाखिल किया है। देखिए जैसे मैंने बताया कि हमने कुछ लोगों को हिरासत में लिया, उनमें से फिर आइडेंटिफाई किए कि किसका रोल है। जब मॉब आती है तो मॉब में कैसा रहता है कि 3 तरह का उसमें, एक तो जो अग्रेसिवली चल रहा है, कुछ लोग अग्रेसिव को देख के उसके पीछे चलते हैं, कुछ लोग जगह पे जमा हो जाते हैं। एंड व्हेन यू लुक एट देन यू सी दैट हंड्रेड्स ऑफ पीपल आर देयर। तो उसमें से कौन है जो आक्रामक हैं, तो उन सबको हम ले रहे हैं।
The accused who posted the controversial post is a resident of Nanded. He lives with his family in Yawat village and works as a labourer in Yawat village for many years. Large number of police forces have been deployed in the village to avoid any further violence.
भारत की
इंडिया जोना।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. Shukriya हमारे साथ.
A contrarian point of view is crucial for leadership.
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया जोना।
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया जोना। इंडिया जोना।
इंडिया जोना।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाह मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So, during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian.
This is the last panel of the day. In fact, we started with a bang, and now we will be closing with one of the most interesting panel, India's AI trailblazers. Now, let me invite on stage Mr. Abhishek Upperwal, founder and CEO of Socket AI Labs, Niharika Kolte-Elekar, founder and CEO of Volar Alta, Akash Sinha, founder and CEO of Omnipresent Robotech, and in fact, the moderator of this panel, let me welcome Mr. Shavan Sen, senior editor of Republic TV.
In fact, we say that the best is saved for the last, and that's the reason why this panel, ladies and gentlemen, for many of you who are here, youngsters with a particular dream that I say, the AI dream, no best than the panel here, Abhishek, Akash and Niharika, each one of them, with the sectors that they are handling, which I would say is the dream come true for many. Niharika looks after a particular sector which may not be the most classiest if one has to really sell it off, but today she's going to try and do that. Niharika is the founder and CEO of Volar, which is again a drone-based inspections and data analysis. Abhishek is the founder CEO of Syndicate AI Labs, advanced language models, and Akash, founder and CEO of Omnipresent Robotech. Let me just quickly, make one single point here with regards to Akash, Niharika, and Abhishek, the young Turks of AI. While I want to start by asking you all, the AI race that we are all in right now, and this is a constant kind of a refrain that we have, that are we being the third fiddle to US, China, and perhaps are we lagging behind somewhere? For you all to take that jump first, from where you all started and where you are right now, I want to know from each one of you, your journey of making this plunge. Niharika, first to you.
Thank you for having me here. It's a pleasure to speak with all of you. I started my career as an investment banker, spent about 6.5 years with companies like PwC and KPMG. I was doing mergers and acquisitions, and as you would know, in an M&A deal, you have the technical due diligence phase. At that point of time in 2019, realized that the technical due diligence is happening completely manually. So you have people with handheld devices going, checking solar panels, etc., and then creating your due diligence reports. So when everyone's talking about Industry 4.0, why aren't we leveraging cutting-edge technology? So that got me thinking, and I started doing some sort of research out of curiosity, and I stumbled upon drones as a technology, and then realized that drones basically are a tool that can be used. If you mount multiple types of different sensors on top of drones, there is a lot of disruption that can happen for the industrial sector. So,
sorry to interrupt, but for someone who's been an investment banker, to really just to explain this to all of you, her drones are basically now going into manufacturing sectors. Many of you must have seen with each of these manufacturing setups, you would have those bigger boilers and chimneys and all of that. What made you really think that, okay, this is workable, that I can actually step into the picture? And I see the biggest gap here, because what would have been an intensive work spread across over a fortnight, you've now brought it down to barely few hours. What made you really go ahead with this kind of approach?
So the thing that convinced me that this is an opportunity large enough to quit my job and start this company is that it somehow checked all the boxes. It has an impact on people. You are improving the safety by about 100%. That's what we've delivered so far. It has an impact on your profits, because now you're completely eliminating the way scaffolding needs to be constructed, resources need to be deployed for doing traditional inspections. And then it also has a huge impact on the planet, in the sense that we are having, we are able to reduce carbon emissions, because now you're able to detect issues much ahead of time. So energy consumption takes, you're able to fix those issues at that point of time. So it's a rare business opportunity where all the three, you're able to have an impact, and which is what convinced me. And I quit my job and I started this company.
I want to ask you, Abhishek, as to how did you really develop this? Because we are looking at a huge market in terms of language, to be able to reach out to people across different sectors, different states. What made you really come into the picture? And do you really think that, was it something that people were attracted to?
So, my journey actually started back in almost 2011. So during my undergrad days, so I have been into mathematics, I have been into computer science since I was like 12, 13 year old. I think what attracted me towards AI is this notion that we are, for the very first time in the history of humanity, we are literally trying to emulate our own human brain somehow. Like we are trying to replicate that particular brain. That's super exciting, because imagine Einstein kind of movement, that Einstein was a genius. If I have 10 Einsteins with me, I can actually solve for quantum mechanics. I can solve for new kind of physics, mathematics, and that is where the AI game is essentially coming in. So it's not just about, say for example, a ChatGPT kind of interface, which is definitely helping us in terms of solving very trivial, simple problems. It's also about solving the problems which are super, super hard. And I feel that a a super smart AI, sort of like an Einstein, can actually give us these new bases. So I had this feeling for a very long time, especially like when I was doing my master's. And back then I decided, ki fine, I'll invest my time into figuring out how intelligence is ultimately cooked and what can this do for people at scale. And we started building out what we call now Pragna. It's basically a small language model. This happened almost 2 years back when a bunch of us, me, my folks from IIC Bangalore, we were just like, let's just give it an attempt of what it takes to build out a foundation model. We'll do it from scratch. We didn't have like any kind of infrastructure, like all these compute GPUs, no money, no data sets, nothing at our disposal. We were just like, okay, we'll just figure it out. We'll just see how all these things are built out. We attempted it, collected a lot of data, did translation, partnered with 3 cloud providers, took help from CDAC Pune to get us some compute with us, and we were literally hopping from one cloud provider to another to train this particular model, but we ultimately built it out.
But was your idea rejected at any point in time when you all, I think so that's something that can go for each one of you. These are ideas which may not have been established.
Right.
And in a market like ours, where we have to always prove ourselves, was there a point in time that you were rejected and you were said, okay, this does not really work?
We were rejected not by the, so how I see it is, one rejection is the scientific rejection that some things don't work. You have proof point, you have data sets around it. We never got that particular rejection because the models and like all the techniques that we were leveraging were working fantastically well. But I would say we did get rejected from the community, to be frank. The community in terms of how VCs look at us. One problem, and I have this personal frustration, especially with Indian VCs, is that they don't back deep tech founders. And that has been a major problem. If they do, I feel that India has a lot of talent to ultimately solve for deep tech, but it's about talent and money coming together to solve very hard problems. I feel that is missing from the Indian ecosystem. So from that point, we definitely got rejected, but not otherwise. But now we have an opportunity to do like great things. Maybe I'll talk about that like going forward, yeah.
You know, I want to ask you this, Niharika, because especially with the industry that you are working with, and you know, we are talking about what really drives a country. It is through manufacturing and various other sectors. So when you are going to your clients and telling them, look here, I'm going to solve your problem, you do not have to put up huge scaffolding and really look into what's really wrong with your manufacturing setup. Did anyone tell you that, look here, I don't really need you because I would rather stick to what I've been doing for ages put together? And that really helps us because we believe in the jugaad mentality. Does the jugaad mentality really stop entrepreneurs like you?
No, it definitely doesn't stop entrepreneurs like me. But you're right, these manufacturing plants are commissioned long time ago. There are some plants which are 25, 30 years old, etc. And then there are some set processes which the entire unit is used to following, right? And then there is somebody who just walks in and says that, hey, we can completely disrupt the way you're inspecting. Of course, nobody believes that at first. But then when you're able to showcase a proof of concept and showcase what the technology could do for them, when I'm able to commit that we will be able to ensure that all your inspections will be 100% safe, because now you don't have to send human beings inside confined spaces like inside a chimney, inside a boiler, inside a tank. So when you actually demonstrate, and not just the tech bit but also the ROI bit, then that's when customers warm up and that's when customers want to at least try and adopt the technology. So this was a challenge for me 5 years ago, but now I'm happy to let you know that some of our customers have actually included it in their SOP that without this drone or tech-based inspection, we will not send a single person to do the repair work. So that is, I think, a huge culture shift that we've been able to ignite, which is great for a country like India.
Is there a cultural shift that you really look into your sector? Because again, that's an emerging sector, so obviously new ideas are being welcomed. Today you have perhaps the armed forces really welcoming each of the moves that we are making, because there is a lot of change that's really happening. But what about space? Now, for instance, in space, for the longest time, we said, okay, look here, you know, why can't ISRO essentially do what NASA does? But the fact of the matter is that we have prevented, ISRO to really get that wings that they need. Private players did not really come into the picture because they were prevented from doing so. Today, things are really changing, but is it really enough, or have we really missed the bus?
I think when it comes to space tech, there is a lot that India is doing, and there's a lot that still needs to be done. I mean, all said and done, we still have only 2% of the space tech market. But having said that, I think the dramatic change that has happened in the last few years is how government has been quickly turning around, supporting startups, discussing their ideas. So for example, one of the things that we are developing is we have this grant from Ministry of Defense where we are building this amazing state-of-the-art synthetic aperture radar technology where these sensors will be literally able to see inside this room, even underground, in day, in night, and amazing resolution and create a full 3D. This is the kind of technology that probably only US or maybe Russia has, I don't know if China has and all that. But this is the kind of technology they are backing a startup to develop. And on basis of government grants, we were able to raise further lot of equity from private sector as well, which is really helping us. And nowadays, it's not unheard to see space tech companies raising anywhere between $10 to $100 million. And so that has definitely started happening. And I'm sure, India will have a little bit of catching up to do, but I think things will change in space tech.
You spoke about the VCs and the fact that, there isn't enough in the market to really push new ideas. And when we talk about the big tech, this has happened in the past too. When you've had a Google and an Apple and a Microsoft really coming up, it is we who have been driving it to a certain extent. Why does that really happen? Why is it that we do not have the AI first approach, if I may say so? If at all we have that kind of an approach, probably things would be very different. What stops us from adopting an AI first approach?
I think at least talking from the financial point of view, everybody like who I have spoken to, they typically tell me that, look, India is not a big enough market to support, say, for example, the work that we are doing. If we built out, just take a case, we built out a frontier model or a foundation model that has our languages, our context. Most of the people then start arguing that, do we even have users in terms of who would pay us? Users are many. ChatGPT right now, India has the highest number of users in ChatGPT. We are top 3 when it comes to consumption of Hindi TTS model 11 Labs. 11 Labs is a US-based company. So a lot of utilization is happening. But again, I think our mindset is stuck with, a market is not big enough to ultimately attempt something like this, which I don't seriously believe in. India is an emerging economy right now, right? Even with the scale of users, even if you take a subset of those users, convert them into some sort of paying customers, that itself is a huge market as of now, and that adoption is right now happening. So I think at least from finance point of view, these people need some statistics, some numbers. I think now India has started giving them out these numbers on top of which they can create their thesis. So that's on the aspect of finances. Otherwise, I don't see a problem, to be very frank. Like in terms of when we look at, can an Indian company sustain the kind of work that OpenAI is doing at a global level? I would say definitely yes. We should attempt it. And why restrict ourselves to India when we can actually do some amazing work globally? Take a case for the work that my colleague is doing. If we build out this tech, why can't we just sell it to friendly nations? And India would be more than happy to export defense-related our IP to the friendly nations out there. We have that capability. We have that know-how of doing it. Why can't we export frontier technology, AI technologies to the rest of the world? We can absolutely do it. Middle East is there, who is like a big enough market as of now. Middle East is not known for technology. We are known for technology, but it's a big enough market for us to work with them, capture that particular market too. So India has a lot of opportunity right now. We are already in the game of tech. People have known us for services. We just need to shift to a new mindset where product takes center, where AI takes center, and ultimately build it out and then maybe work with others.
You say there is a lot of opportunity, and that's probably everyone who says when it comes to our market. What is that opportunity that is there, but it's not been handpicked by us? So for anyone probably here who's sitting here and wants to have that kind of a dream that I want to be part of this emerging technology which is going to drive perhaps the years to come next. That's the next big thing that we are really staring at. What is that one big opportunity that is there not seen, not touched?
Very broadly, I would say multidisciplinary. Anything that you do in multidisciplinary is a hotbed as of now when it comes to innovation. But when you go specific to certain aspects, I would say robotics and quantum is what I am definitely leaning towards. And if you add like an AI tadka into it, that is super fantastic. So quantum is gonna boom in the next couple of decades for sure. Robotics is gonna boom in the next couple of years, not even decades, because robotics is quite hot right now. So I would say that if somebody wants to explore ideas, I would advise them, if you have the technical know-how, be at the cutting edge. Be at the cutting edge. Don't even look anything below that. Just work on the cutting edge. It would be super hard to do that first, but I think we have enough support to do it, and you will be able to crack it for sure.
Akash, when it comes to quantum, we have seen the defense wants to really get majorly into it, and therein lies another problem for especially a country like us, because we do not have that scope, or we have the scope, but there is not enough that is available right now. Do you believe that is an area that's untapped?
Yeah, I mean, quantum definitely, as my colleague pointed out, is going to be a big area because, see, right now all our encryption systems are practically hackable by a quantum computer. And so to make something, first of all, quantum proof, and then to design it at the next level where, there are these quantum systems that ensure an ultimate level of safety. So that is definitely an area which I'm sure defense is also looking at. Another thing that is related to this, which we experience, and recently, as you might have seen with Operation Sindoor happening, one of the things that defense, we had a discussion with them, was that most of the drones that were being used in these warfares, they were getting easily jammed and spoofed. Right. And so they came back to us and said, can AI solve this issue? And we went back to the drawing board and we realized that if the drone itself has its own brain, its own eyes on the platform itself, so that it's not dependent on GPS, it's not dependent on satellites, it's not dependent on radio telemetry communications, then the drone can actually fly without getting hacked, spoofed, or jammed. So this is another, that's an interesting technology that, I'm sure many others are working, but we are also on it. And I think once drones become hack-proof, then there will be another fire and forget, like our BrahMos missiles. And so you can pick up any problem. I mean, and that's one of the good things about being in India, is that there is so much to be solved. To all the youngsters here, I'll say, don't complain about what's broken here, but actually see that as an opportunity. Everything that's broken is an opportunity to solve. And then you can apply AI in most of these areas, and you will find that, that there's so much to be done.
Can I ask you, because you talk about how drone spoofing, that is a major area to be looking into. In Ukraine, when the war actually began, for the longest time, we were essentially told that the war... I was there, and at that point in time, we were told that perhaps it's a limited war and it's going to get over in the next 10 days because Ukraine cannot ever match up to Russia from the military power. And thereafter, the story really changed. In fact, it turned out that there was a drone unit in Ukraine, and there were filmmakers who were part of those drone units. Drone has really changed the way countries are really now fighting. Warfare tactics have completely changed. Do you believe that is an area that perhaps would be the key focus right now?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the current conflicts that are going on, drones are practically being used like bullets. The first line of attack and the first line of defense is drones. And look at a country like Ukraine. They have the capacity to build millions of drones every year. India is nowhere actually close right now. And so there's something we have to learn, not just how to build those great products, but how to scale them up well while keeping the cost low. And so I think drone technology is another big area where, many youngsters like you should be looking at how to build them at scale, build them smart, and build them for, reliability and long range.
One thing, Niharika, when I was really looking at the portfolio that you're really handling, the thing that strikes us the most is as what Akash said, there's a problem and you find a solution. in the ideas that you've had, it looks like that there was a problem, you found a solution and a unique solution, because there are not too many in this area where you are working right now. How do you think things have really changed for you over the last few years, particularly keeping in mind that there isn't too many players in the market? Does that worry you that, okay, it has not really worked for some, it has worked for you, and the market seems to be all yours?
So I think this has to do with where each company is when it comes to digitization. For example, if you look at Europe or if you look at the US, there is higher level of digitization, therefore higher level of adoption of these robotic technologies, right, in the manufacturing sector. In India, we are still catching up when it comes to digital transformation. Having said that, of course, we have the early mover advantage, and now there are a few players who are trying to, come up with similar technologies, etc. But what we've realized in the last 5 years is that the crux of this entire digitization for manufacturing is to move from reactive to condition-based monitoring, and then finally to predictive. That is what the future for manufacturing is. So what we've built at Volar Alta is essentially a layer of intelligence that is able to ingest data points from drones, from crawlers, from quadrupeds, from other types of robots, and then convert them into actionable insights and give it back to the customers, right? So not just that, actually. There is also the problem of data sitting in different silos, because each of these robots is now, giving you in different formats. So somebody needs to also solve for the interoperability issue. So that is what we're working on at the moment, and that's what the software platform that we've built is able to deliver to our customers. So,
were you ever told that you are too expensive?
Yes.
Even
Always.
now?
Even now, yes.
And how do you really respond when someone tells you you're too expensive, I don't need you?
So the thing is that we aren't even capturing a small percentage of the value that we are creating for our customers. So for example, so far we've been able to deliver 96% downtime reduction. You know what that translates for large enterprises in oil and gas cement? It's crores of rupees of production, right? So we aren't even capturing even like 0.1% of the value that we're generating for our customers. So,
but just speaking from the economic point of view, it's far more cheaper, it's far more reliable,
yes,
and it's more safer. Then what stops?
No, nothing stops. It's just that like 4 years ago, they were excited to kind of adopt the technology. So, of course, it's new tech, etc. So it'll be a little premium. Okay, accepted. Now we're delivering about 6 to 7 assets of inspections per day, which otherwise traditionally a 110-meter tall chimney would take 17.5 days. I'm doing the same inspection in less than an hour, right? So now they're kind of used to getting that level of service. And now after they've gotten used to it, now it's like, okay, now let's go back and let's negotiate, right? So it's that cycle, but you keep innovating, you keep adding new features, and then you kind of figure out a way to still stay premium.
Abhishek, did that ever happen with you where you were told that you're too expensive because this is an idea, it's a luxury item that we are really looking at. Why do I really need this kind of a translation to really happen at a go? Were you ever told that?
Yes, we have been. So we have this product called real-time voice AI. Basically, any developer can come, utilize our platform, WebSocket-based APIs to build out any kind of voice agent. As of now, voice technology is actually quite expensive, I would say. So many people have actually inquired about it, and they're like, we can't pay that much money, and especially for the kind of scale that we are looking at. We are working with them to reduce the cost, at least in terms of technology. But yes, AI in general, as of now.
How does that really benefit? Say, for example, if someone here who's sitting here and wants to use your technology, how does that really help for any specific problem? Can you give perhaps an example of how things really change with the application of your tool?
I will give an example because that's a very interesting example and like literally on the ground example. So my team is working with someone right now. What they are trying to do is like if you go to a samosa shop right now on the street, right now that vendor is like super bogged with orders that they are getting like at a sweet shop or something. Somebody is working on this voice box, very similar to what Paytm has done, but Paytm is only confirming your payment, right? Once you have paid something. This guy wants to create an AI agent which is sitting right at the counter. You can just go and talk to that particular agent and ask, "Bhaiya, mujhe 5 samosa chahiye." And immediately there is a back-end system which takes the order, and that agent then confirms, ठीक है आप 50 रुपए पे कर दो, ये आपके बराबर में QR code रखा हुआ है. You can just pay using the QR code, or even voice-enabled payment can be done using that. And the payment is done, and agent is the one who is basically taking your order, confirming the order to a back-end team, and then ultimately delivering it. This is all happening at a samosa shop, like at a local shop, which is there. So our product is a very horizontal product, I would say. Anybody can come in and build any kind of voice agent. It could be as simple as doing sales, marketing related calls, and in the back end you will have these AI agents which can just talk to you and
all languages, because nowadays it's extremely risky in some parts of the country. If you don't know this language, you can get beaten. Your tool, does it actually have all the languages?
It has all the languages, and we are adding support. Like, all the languages are not of equal quality as of now. Like, that's a problem, but we are trying to fix that. But yeah, if somebody says, oh, I don't want to talk to you in Hindi, maybe in some other language, there is a system which can basically switch on the spot, so you can actually do some amazing work over there as well. But the important aspect is voice agents. We have also figured it out that India is not a very text-savvy market. Like, we are not typing in our native languages right now. My first language is Hindi. Frank, don't ask me to write anything in Hindi. Most probably I'll fail. But I am using my language as a mixed code language where I'm mixing Hindi with English as well. So India is a voice-first market. So if we have to adopt AI at scale, it will only happen if we have voice support embedded into whatever AI is doing. And that would become very natural way of interacting with AI. So that is where I think India is moving towards, and that is where most of the use cases will ultimately get deployed.
Akash, before I ask this question about what I really am interested in, I would say that the wildest dream that each one of you have had, the AI wildest dream. But before that, I want a quick question with you, Akash, with regards to what really sort of upsets you when an idea like yours may not have really found resonance in this room that you are in. Is there anything that really upsets you, especially keeping in mind that you have come from a country where things have really worked fast, may not really have required that kind of persuasion, and you see that it requires a hell lot of persuasion here? What upsets you the most?
I think one of the things that is upsetting is to see a lot of really, really good entrepreneurs, and they've been doing some really good work, and then somehow struggling to scale up, even to test their ideas. And that is something which, to some extent, I agree with what my colleague said. I think it's about the ecosystem. I mean, I'll give you an example. So one of the biggest and the first breakthroughs of the modern generation AI was something called protein folding problem. This was done by a company called AlphaFold, which eventually Google bought for about like $400 million or something. And I think their founders recently even got Nobel Prize for that. And now this is a problem where they took a problem of finding structure of a protein. And it's critical because if you can figure out the protein structure, you figured out the basics of life. You will know practically, discovery of any kind of drug, any disease, building biodegradable stuff. I mean, all kinds of problems can be solved. Now, a problem like this, I am sure entrepreneurs in India could have also built. But this would have required a sustained R&D effort of 4, 5, X number of years, and sustained fund flow of like millions of dollars going in. So this kind of appetite is still building in India. So when you see a ChatGPT coming out, and when you see an AlphaFold coming out of somewhere, do we have that appetite to spend 4 or 5 years of good R&D to build really good product, have that patience, have that money coming in? And I would definitely say things have changed in the landscape in the last several years. Definitely, at least the horizon have gone to at least 2 to 3 years. But I think once people develop that horizon of 5 years, you will see a lot many more things happening. And that is something I really hope that if someday I get into investor shoes, I have that appetite. So.
I'll borrow this from Abhishek because I saw this on your website. You said tech for humanity. And humanity faces a lot more problems in today's time. I want to ask each one of you a quick solution for what you believe is tech for humanity in your language. What about you?
Since I've been working in the manufacturing space and I've actually seen firsthand the kind of pressure, the kind of work that human beings have to do to keep the plant running, it is unimaginable, right? So for me, it would be great if I'm able to build a complete end-to-end tech-based solution that is completely automating the way inspections are conducted, completely automating the way repairs are conducted, right? And then that means we are not sending a single human being into a hazardous work environment and kind of impacting lives, or rather making the quality of life much better. So for me, it is about complete automation on the operational side of things, specifically when it comes to inspections and maintenance.
Okay. If any one of you have any question, you all can ask, but a quick answer on this. Tech for humanity, what does it mean for you and for you?
So, why that line on the website first? So, our long-term goal, I want to talk about that particular aspect, because what we are moving towards is basically generalized intelligence. And what that essentially means is that if we can build out a parallel brain, which is basically an AI, which is equivalent to the brain of all humans combined in all the different domains, right? So what we are trying to do is basically replicate all the knowledge that is available in the world, put it into an AI, so that that AI becomes amazing in doing all the things. Now, what can be done with that particular generalized intelligence? We are tackling major challenges across the globe right now, which are around climate change. Food crisis is a major problem right now in the world. We have to figure out how do we ensure food security, not just in India. There are continents which are like very bad right now. And what I personally believe again is that I don't want to solve AI just for very trivial use cases, because there is a lot of energy investment that is also going into building out these models. But can we ultimately go towards creating a generalized intelligence which can then help human beings? We are not being replaced by AI as of now. Help human beings to ultimately solve some of these pressing problems. That is what I would want to be. And if somebody gives me like hypothetically like unlimited money and time to do it, I would immediately go and solve that particular problem in one shot. But we don't live in an ideal world. We have to build businesses, we have to build revenue. And hence, given this larger goal of creating generalized intelligence, I think the path toward is doing research, spinning some of these research products into money-making products, earn revenue, fill that particular gap of research and funding using the revenue that we are generating, so that we are self-sustaining. So it's sort of like a cycle. And ultimately, once we go in that particular cycle, we'll be solving and we'll be going towards our broader vision of solving for humanity and essentially building out the generalized intelligence.
Akash, what about you?
Yeah, I mean, one of the things that I see happening, and it might happen rather quickly, is these smart AI agents, when they develop, every one of us will have our own sort of agent. So I have an agent of mine, you have an agent of yours. Our agents could actually meet and decide whether an actual meeting is even needed, and that's going to start happening very soon. And it'll save a lot of time, definitely. But then it'll go to the next level, and we'll have our own robot clones. Okay. And they will work, they'll behave like us. And then at some stage, it will come to a place where practically there won't really be much work for any one of us to do. And that can be a good thing if we somehow able to build a utopian society and we are able to somehow keep people meaningfully engaged. I don't know how. But if we find a way, then I think it will be a really good, amazing society. If not, then maybe this could be something difficult to manage. But one thing for sure is, I think the world is moving in that direction, and it might hit you sooner than you think.
Your answer almost classified the wildest AI dream. So I want to end this by a quick one from each one of you. The wildest AI dream, Niharika.
Yeah, like I said, right? And complete automation. That would be the wildest dream for me.
What about you, Abhishek?
On the positive side or the negative side? Because
you choose. You're telling them. So they are the ones who are going to listen to your wildest AI dream.
Okay. I'll give both. On the worst side, and we should be very mindful of this, and a lot of people are actually discussing about it, is simple funda on ethics of AI, I would say, because that's if we are not very careful, I'm not talking about, by the way, of like a Terminator kind of scenario, that although that might also happen, I'm not very sure. But at least going on the ethics side, that these models are hallucinating a lot, and we need to figure out like a lot of these methods on how to reduce that particular bit. But if we are not careful, we might end up not being a power user of AI, but ultimately a doomsday kind of situation where we over-rely on these systems. Some studies have actually shown that over-reliance is also not that good. We are actually hitting our cognitive abilities. On a positive side, definitely, I think AI will be very common in terms of our day-to-day life, as even he was mentioning that even today, I think all of us are using AI in some form or the other. I think it will become even more common going forward. And everywhere you will find AI. To be frank, we are not even thinking about the use cases where we will be finding AI going in the future. So super excited about that particular time.
Trust me, a lot are already using in the newsroom as far as AI is concerned. For good or bad, we'll talk about that later. Last, what about you, Akash?
Well, so one of the things is with AI is, if I talk about a wild dream, is that it's going to get as powerful, if not more powerful than nuclear power. And that's, I'm talking at a level of a country. And so the faster we can get in mastering this AI for India, I think the stronger we'll become as a nation, not just in terms of defense, but in terms of economy, in terms of general lifestyle. So I think it's important that a lot of youngsters come and bring into it. On a more personal level, what I see happening is that suddenly AI will start behaving like humans. And I don't know, did you guys see that movie where recently that heroine was a robot in that movie and she was exactly behaving like a human being? I forget the name of the movie. But I think this will start happening at some point of time. And at that point, you will have to sort of look at whether how you treat human relations versus a robot getting into your life was just as good, if not better. So that's again going to be a wild dream, which, if it does come true, you're not sure if it is for better or worse.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, Narita. Thank you.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना। MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर. खास करके मैं निरंजन.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Coming in after Trump's tariffs moves on India. Prime Minister Modi says that it's time to revive the Swadeshi spirit. That is right. We'll get you all those details, but the headlines first. Let's get started. Viewers, top headlines we're tracking right now. Operation Akal is underway. One of the biggest crackdowns on Lashkar enters day 3. 2 Lashkar terrorists taken down. Manhunt on to trace the rest. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju slams Rahul Gandhi, says his remarks on Arun Jaitley are factually incorrect and deeply disrespectful to a leader who served the nation with integrity. Asian Cricket Council announces venue for India-Pakistan match. BCCI continues to maintain silence amid national call for no cricket with terrorist day. A 15-year-old girl who was allegedly set on fire by unidentified individuals in Puri district of Odisha on July 19 succumbed to her injuries at AIIMS, Delhi. MNS workers vandalized in Night Rider Bar in Panvel. FIR has been registered against around 10 people. Police have launched an investigation into the incident. Getting you some more updates coming in right now. MNS workers, including women members, vandalized the Night Raider bar in Panvel. An FIR has been registered against around 10 people, viewers. The police have launched an investigation into this incident. So this is some back-to-back updates coming in here on Republic TV. The latest is that there has been a case. I repeat, there has been a case of MNS workers, including women members, vandalizing a bar. That is right, vandalizing a bar. Let's put those pictures out for our viewers. Let's put these pictures out for our viewers. Okay, they are there. They are there on the screen for you. And an FIR has been registered against around 10 people. Police have launched an investigation into this incident, viewers. And this is coming in as we have seen back-to-back updates of MNS workers targeting non-Marathi people and non-Marathi institutions. So this is not the first time we have seen that there has been a case of MNS workers creating ruckus, vandalizing bars, vandalizing shops, slapping people who refuse to speak in Marathi. So this is one more update coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV, where we have seen that Raj Thackeray, MNS leader, has criticized any kind of operations which are run by non-Marathis and questioning why they remain open if they're deemed, and why are they open? That is right. So I want to go straight across to my colleague who's joining us right now. Satya Prakash, we have seen, this is coming after Raj Thackeray has made it very, very clear that, he is not pro any institution, any kind of bar, any kind of, any outlet which is being run by anybody who's non-Marathi. And that's when we see these pictures coming in for our viewers on their screens.
देखिए शिवांगी, जिस तरह से मनसिक कार्यकर्ताओं ने पनवेल में जिस तरह से बार में घुसकर तोड़फोड़ किया है, कहीं कहीं कुछ दिन पहले ही राज ठाकरे ने रायगढ़ में एक सभा लिया था और सभा में कहा था कि जो रायगढ़ है, जो शिवाजी महाराज का राजधानी था, और इस राजधानी में कैसे ही खुलेआम बार चल रहे हैं, बिना परमिशन का बार चल रहे हैं, और परमिशन कौन दिया? तो कहीं न कहीं राज ठाकरे ने मुद्दा उठाया था। इसके बाद मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं ने देर रात में बार में घुसकर तोड़फोड़ किया है और वहां पे काफी हंगामा किया है। जो मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं ने कहा है कि जिस तरह से महाराष्ट्र में डांस बार बंद है, उसके बावजूद कैसे यह बार चल रहा था, इसीलिए कहीं के जिस तरह से राज ठाकरे ने जो पार्टी प्रमुख उन्होंने मुद्दा उठाया, इसके बाद मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं ने बार में घुसकर तोड़फोड़ किया है। फिलहाल पुलिस का कहना है कि जिस तरह से मनसे कार्यकर्ताओं ने बार में तोड़फोड़ किया है, इसको लेकर हमने मामला दर्ज कर लिया है और जल्दी ही इन पर कार्रवाई किया जाएगा।
That's right. Thank you for getting those details. I will be coming back to you on the story. Thank you for joining us there. I really have to move ahead right now because we have to go ahead to what is happening. Now we see, viewers, the breaking news coming in. Kulgaon encounter enters day 3. That is right. 2 terrorists have been neutralized. 1 has been injured, viewers. The hunt right now is underway for 2 more terrorists. And now the encounter resumed again early in the morning. Now the counter-terrorism operation is being carried out in Akhal area of Kulgaon district. The Jammu and Kashmir Police Special Operations Group, Army and the CRPF will launch the anti-terror operation. So we'll try to, of course, get you what's happening on the ground. But the encounter is still underway in Kulgaon. 2 terrorists neutralized. 1 has been injured. This is a 3rd encounter in Jammu and Kashmir this week alone. We have seen that the security forces are going ahead and neutralizing any kind of threat. I repeat, any kind of threat which is coming up, especially days after those terrorists who were involved in Pahalgam attack were neutralized. They were killed. After that, we are seeing Operation Akhal is underway. Let's go straight across to my colleague Zinat, who's joining us live right now. Zinat, Kulgaon encounter enters day 3. 2 terrorists neutralized. If you could just take our viewers through exactly what is happening as we speak.
Shivani, this is an encounter that is taking place in the Akhal village. This is the forest belt of Divsar Kulgaon in South Kashmir, where the security forces received a tip about the presence of terrorists day before yesterday when they were doing the castle. And the security forces came under heavy fire that were coming from the terrorist side. Yesterday, during the 2 terrorists, the locals are believed that they have been neutralized. 1 has been identified as RSVC, who comes from Pulwama, and the another 2 is a local terrorist. Now, meanwhile, there is a group of the terrorists, the foreign terrorists that had infiltrated from the Riyasi into this Kulgaon. That is what we are picking, and this is the foreign terrorists, the Pakistani terrorists who have sneaked in, and the joint security force.
All right, I'm having some issue with the audio, Zeenat, so I will be coming back to you right now in a short while once you fix it. But Kulgaon encounter enters day 3. T-22 terrorists have been neutralized, viewers. Operation Akhal is right now underway, viewers. Joint operation by it's a joint operation by the police, by the army, and the CRPF. So it's a joint operation by security forces to really flush out these terrorists. And you can see those pictures coming in on your right hand of a screen of the 2 terrorists who have now been neutralized already, viewers. Remember, this encounter began on Friday evening, and the Army's Chinar Corps has said that the terrorists have been neutralized. The operation is still continuing. A joint team of the Jammu and Kashmir Police, Army and CRPF launched a coordinated search operation in Akhal forest area of South Kashmir's Kulgaon district. The action was based on specific intelligence inputs about the presence of terrorists in the area. That is what we are hearing right now in terms of what is happening. And we'll try to, of course, go across to our reporters as well in a short while from now, because we need to understand what is happening on the ground. Left hand of your screens, you can see the pictures coming in from earlier today. These pictures are deferred. I repeat, these pictures on the left hand are deferred, coming in from Kulgaon, Jammu and Kashmir. And on the right hand of your screens are the LET terrorists who have now been neutralized, viewers. And the operation, remember, has turned into an encounter after these terrorists opened fire on the security forces. The forces retaliated. Okay, so firing had resumed on Saturday morning as well. So it started on Friday. Then Saturday we saw firing. And the ongoing operation has been named as Operation Akhal. That is right. The ongoing operation has been named as Operation Akhal. We'll try to, of course, get our viewers more updates about what the latest is. How many more terrorists are hiding? How many terrorists are engaging with the security forces? But this is the big update coming in right now on Republic TV. Okay, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories. We're tracking the 15-year-old girl who was allegedly set on fire by 3 unidentified people in Puri district. succumbed to her burn injuries while undergoing treatment in AIIMS. Viewers, very unfortunate news coming in, where the Odisha burn victim has succumbed, I repeat, has succumbed to the burn injuries. And the girl was set on fire by 3 unknown people in the morning of July 19th at the banks of the river, the Bhargavi river in Puri district. Now she has sustained 70% burn injury. So these are some back-to-back events coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV. Very, very unfortunate news, because remember, the Odisha CM had expressed shock in this case. The cops have been going ahead and conducting a probe. I want to go across to Aditya, who's joining us. Aditya, we see that the burn victim has succumbed to her injuries, and it's very, very unfortunate. Also, we know that the probe is also on simultaneously. If you could just take our viewers through the latest coming in.
Yeah, there are 2 major updates coming in from AIIMS Delhi. The first one is that the CM and the Deputy CM from the Odisha have expressed their regret on the incident, calling it to be unfortunate and unexpected. Now, this incident occurred after the girl was being abducted and was set on fire. Then she was admitted to AIIMS Bhubaneswar. Then she was airlifted to AIIMS Delhi. Now, the Odisha police has urged not to make any sensitive comments regarding the incident, as the investigation is in the final stage as probe is being conducted.
Oh, okay. All right. So, Odisha CM had said, despite all efforts of the government and the round-the-clock endeavors, we see that her life could not be saved. I pray for the internal peace of the girl's soul and strength to her family. It's very, very shocking update coming in right now. And if you could, Aditya, take our viewers through some more details coming in, because this has really shocked the state of Odisha. And just take our viewers through more details about what the probe is leading towards.
Well, currently the probe is about the 2 cases. The first about the abduction. Now, how the matter started was the girl was out with her friends. On the midway, she was abducted by unknown people, and then she was set on fire on the riverside. Now, this is what the probe is stating currently. Now, what the probe will lead to is who to identify, what to investigate in considering with the nature of the crime, which was actually to abduct, but later resulting into the firing, the set on fire. The girl was set on fire. So this case is actually abduction plus a set of a fire of the 15-year-old girl. Then this investigation is currently at a mid-scale, but the investigations are at the final stage, which will be conducted, and the probe will be scheduled in this matter, considering that whether what investigation can be led to the last, but most the important factor here is that whether the miscreants will be arrested when the justice will be served to the victim in this case.
Aditya, the probe, like you said, is still continuing. We will be coming back to you for more on the story. It's a very unfortunate news coming in. Odisha burn victim has succumbed to her injuries. It's a very shocking case coming in from Odisha. We're getting some more reactions on the story. Let's go ahead and play it out for our viewers. All right, some breaking news coming in. Union Minister Kiran Rijiju also has fact-checked Rahul Gandhi over his comments on veteran politician Arun Jaitley. Kiran Rijiju says, and I quote here, "How much one person can lie?" He further said that Arun Jaitley died in 2019. So how can he threaten Rahul Gandhi in 2020? Remember that Rahul Gandhi had received criticism time and again for his remark that Arun Jaitley threatened him in 2020 during a farm laws protest. Rahul Gandhi had claimed that Arun Jaitley had threatened him. His son had fact-checked. Arun Jaitley had fact-checked Rahul Gandhi. And now we see that Kiran Rijiju is fact-checking Rahul Gandhi. Remember, the LOP, Rahul Gandhi had drawn a very sharp counter from the BJP. and the late BJP leader Arun Jaitley's son after the Congress MP claimed that the government had sent the former union minister to threaten him over the opposition's pushback against the farm laws. So, meanwhile, Arun Jaitley's son, Rohan Jaitley, had slammed Rahul Gandhi for the comments that Rahul Gandhi has made. He said that the farm laws come months after the passing away of his father. Let's listen in.
देखिए, इसमें दो चीज़ें हैं. एक जो कृषि कानून था, फार्मर बिल था, वो स्वर्गीय अरुण जी के देहांत के बाद लाया गया था सन 2020 में, और सामाजिक तौर पे सबको जानकारी है कि उनका देहांत अगस्त 2019 में हुआ था.
24 तारीख थी,
24 अगस्त 2019 को हुआ था. और रही बात, क्या वो धमकाते थे एज ए नेचर? उनके स्वभाव में नहीं था. वो डेमोक्रेटिक प्रोसेस के इतने स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्टर थे कि अगर किसी का कोई ओपिनियन है जो कि किसी अपोजिंग व्यू का है या किसी व्यू में मतभेद है या कोई अलग क्रिया है, तो उसमें कोई धमकाने का प्रोसेस नहीं हो. तो वो एक हेल्दी प्रोसेस है. रही बात दिस एलिगेशन कि भाई मेरे को थ्रेटन किया, इज टोटली डिनायबल बिकॉज इट इज़ एन इवेंट ऑफ फार्म लॉ विच इज सब्सिक्वेंट टू हिज डिमाइस. तो इसमें कोई बेसिस है नहीं. देखिए, अब ये चीज़ तो वो इस बताएंगे कैसे धमका सकता है कोई किसी के जाने के बाद. उनके देहांत के 13 महीने बाद, अरुण जी के देहांत के 13 महीने बाद कृषि कानून टेबल हुआ. जब अगस्त 2019 उनका देहांत हुआ, उनसे चंद महीने पहले उनका स्वास्थ्य ठीक नहीं था, वो लोगों से मिल भी नहीं रहे थे. पहले भी बहुत लोग लीडर ऑफ अपोजिशन रहे हैं एंड इस कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल पोस्ट को बहुत रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी से होल्ड किया जाता है. देयरफॉर समवन हैज़ टू बी मोर रिस्पॉन्सिबल एंड इन मोर डेप्थ एंड मोर रिसर्च ओरिएंटेड देन मेकिंग स्टेटमेंट्स विदाउट एनी बेसिस.
राहुल गांधी जी को मैं याद करवाना चाहता हूं, श्रीमान अरुण जेटली जी, सभी राजनीतिक दलों में उनकी रिस्पेक्ट थी, एक्सेप्टेंस थी, सर्वमान्य नेता थे वो. उनकी मृत्यु 24 अगस्त 2019 को हो गई और कृषि कानून 17 सितंबर 2020 और 20 सितंबर 2020 को ये लोकसभा और राज्यसभा में आए और मंजूर हुए. कितना झूठ बोलेंगे राहुल गांधी जी? जब बिल ही बाद में आए तो अरुण जी कब आए? उनकी मृत्यु हो चुकी थी. कब उनको धमकाने आए? राहुल गांधी जी पर डेफेमेशन के इतने केस देश भर में चल रहे हैं कि झूठ बोलकर वो अदालतों में अब तक माफिया ही मांग रहे हैं.
And a political firestorm has erupted after Rahul Gandhi claimed he possesses what he calls an atom bomb of evidence against the Election Commission of India. This explosive statement made in the run-up to the Bihar Assembly elections has drawn a sharp response from Defence Minister Rajnath Singh and other BJP leaders who have accused Gandhi of undermining a constitutional body. Here's more on the latest face-off.
Defence Minister Rajnath Singh took aim at Rahul Gandhi, daring the Congress leader to back his sensational claim.
वोट चोरी हो रही है और अब हमारे पास ओपन एंड शट प्रूफ है कि इलेक्शन कमीशन वोट चोरी में इन्वॉल्व है. और मैं लाइटली नहीं बोल रहा हूं, मैं 100% प्रूफ के साथ बोल रहा हूं. ठीक है, और आप सबको पता लग जाएगा जैसे ही हमने ये रिलीज किया, पूरे देश को पता लग जाएगा कि इलेक्शन कमीशन वोटर चोरी करा रहा है. किसके लिए करा रहा है? किसके लिए करा रहा है? बीजेपी के लिए करा रहा है. ओपन एंड शट है, नो क्वेश्चन.
The Congress MP has confidently claimed that he holds a quote-unquote atom bomb of evidence implicating the Election Commission in alleged voter theft to favor the BJP. The comments made ahead of the Bihar Assembly polls have stirred controversy after he has accused the top poll body of compromising its integrity. Defending the Election Commission of India, Rajnath Singh has emphasized India's global reputation for conducting free and fair elections. He warned Gandhi against undermining a constitutional body, even referencing the Congress party's own history during the 1975 emergency.
FIR के मुद्दे पर विपक्ष द्वारा संसद को बाधित किया गया है और कल नेता प्रतिपक्ष ने फिर से एक अनारगल बयान दिया है और उन्होंने कहा है कि चुनाव आयोग द्वारा वोट चोरी को लेकर उन्होंने सबूतों का एटम बम तैयार किया है. जो उनके पास है और किसी के पास नहीं है। ऐसा एटम बम उन्होंने तैयार किया है जो कि वह केवल उनके पास है और किसी के पास नहीं है। मैं राहुल जी से कहना चाहूंगा बहुत विनम्रता के साथ, अगर आपके पास सबूतों का एटम बम है तो उसका परीक्षण तुरंत कर डालिए।
The ECI has meanwhile used very strong words to refute Rahul. And with the Congress yet again questioning the democratic functioning of a central agency, the BJP is not sitting silent either.
कल इलेक्शन कमीशन को धमकी दी, बोला एटम बॉम्ब की तरफ फूटेंगे, इलेक्शन कमीशन दिखेगा नहीं। फिर कहा इंडियन इकोनॉमी इज डेड, आज कह रहे इंडियन लोकतंत्र इलेक्शन सिस्टम इज डेड। अरे भाई, ये ECI का मामला नहीं, ये EMI का मामला है। मतलब कि इमरजेंसी माइंडसेट ऑफ इंदिराज ग्रैंडसन एंड एंटाइटल माइंडसेट ऑफ इंदिराज ग्रैंडसन।
With tensions rising and the Bihar polls on the horizon, can the party really present reliable evidence? Or is this just another ploy to stay relevant?
The Indian Army remains steadfast in continuing flood relief operations in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Punjab, further highlighting the Army's commitment to assist civil authorities during natural calamities. Here's a quick report, viewers. Take a look.
The Indian Army continues flood relief operations in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Punjab. This further highlights the Army's commitment to assist civil authorities during natural calamities. In Madhya Pradesh, columns deployed in Guna and Shivpuri districts were de-requisitioned today following stabilization of the situation. In Dholpur, Rajasthan, an Army column is on standby, ready to respond immediately if the situation deteriorates. Simultaneously responding swiftly to a requisition received from the Deputy Commissioner of Sri Ganganagar, the Indian Army mobilized a team. This team is tasked with providing technical assistance for waterlogging issues due to flood-like conditions. The Indian Army continues to monitor the situation closely and remains fully prepared to respond to any emergent contingencies swiftly.
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
And getting some more updates coming in right now. Madhya Pradesh CM Mohan Yadav attended the groundbreaking ceremony for 6 industrial units worth approximately rupees 1,600 crores in the industrial area of Sehor district. Andhra Pradesh CM Chandrababu Naidu vows full support to Union Minister Nitin Gadkari for construction of rupees 70,000 crore highway projects in the state. Speaking at the launch of the National Highways Program, Andhra Pradesh CM Chandrababu Naidu has highlighted significant progress in the state's road infrastructure. He stated that the road network expanded from 4,193 kilometers in 2014 to 8,745 kilometers within 5 years during his previous tenure. The Election Commission of India has refuted questions raised by Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. Earlier on June 12, the ECI has written a letter to Gandhi referencing an article published in a leading media outlet dated June 7, 2025.
कुछ तो सस्ता
डाल लो।
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
मसाला भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Republic TV and R4 Sports, they are trying to do something big in sports. They are dreaming something big. They are trying to take out all the untold stories from the athletes, from the academies and from other sports stakeholders. And I guess this should be there in the national stage. The R4 Sports and Republic TV, good luck.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा,
मसाला
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है।
अरे मेरे राजा,
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. महमूद मुजावर जी, थैंक यू, शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, मुजावर जी?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया। और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं
Welcome viewers, you're watching Forces First, latest edition, and I am Rakhta Mishra with you viewers. We'll start straight away with the biggest story this week viewers. It is how the Indian Army has avenged the Pahalgam terror attack. This week has been full of events. We'll decode first the success of Operation Mahadev, how the Chinese devices exposed Pahalgam butchers, leading India to avenge that dastardly attack. Viewers, 14 days, one deadly mission. Next up will be how Donald Trump announced trade agreement with Pakistan, but Balochi leaders are warning Trump against it, saying that Munir is only fooling him. We dive deep into that. Next up, we tell you everything you want to know about the new revolution, the Rudra Brigade and the Bhairav Battalion, the Bhairav Commandos. We also bring you a special report from Kargil on the Swati radar system, a push for Atmanirbharta. All of this and much more on this edition of Forces First.
जवानों ने बहादुरी के साथ पाक स्थित आतंकवादी अड्डों को चूर चूर करने का काम किया। हमने 9 आतंकी अड्डों को समाप्त किया, परंतु एक भी सिविलियन नहीं मारा गया। नूर खान चकलाला हाईवे तोड़ दिया गया। ये नूर ने पाकिस्तान को पूरी दुनिया में एक्सपोज कर दिया कि पाकिस्तान के अंदर टेररिज्म है।
It was 22nd of April when the attack happened in Pahalgam. 26 innocent lives were lost and the country was shattered. It was shaken. Our security forces vowed to hunt down the masterminds. July 28, 3 terrorists gunned down under the operation code named as Operation Mahadev, named after the towering Mahadev peak in Srinagar, which is also a key infiltration route. This was not just any mission, viewers. This had taken refuge in these terrorists have taken refuge in the dense forest of Dachi Gam. We'll show you that map so you can understand the whole geography of it. It's a high altitude rugged area, the Dachi Gam forest, and that's perfectly suited for their jungle warfare training. But little did these butchers knew that they were being watched, they were being tracked. There you have the Mahadev peak, and Dachi Gam forest, Srinagar, is just a little away from there. Pahalgam is quite away. So understand that they travel all the way from Pahalgam to Dachi Gam. And in early July, Indian intelligence intercepted suspicious communications. They got a clue about the Chinese ultra radio communication being active. It was once again Chinese systems that failed Pakistan, and its nefarious plot was thwarted. And the operation was carried out by this team, the victorious team, Operation Mahadev Heroes. The picture on your screens, viewers. And with the trail heating up, the forces had zeroed in on Dachi Gam's treacherous terrain. And that's how the entire timeline goes. Let me also tell you, they were closing in, but the real breakthrough came when satellite phone signals from a Huawei device were intercepted, giving crucial leads on the terrorist hideout. For the next 14 days, our forces relentlessly tracked these terrorists, navigating dense forests, steep hills. 28th of July, they got the first visual of the terrorists via drones, and the recce confirmed the presence of terrorists. They were caught napping, they were sleeping. In the blink of an eye, the first burst of fire hit the target. All three terrorists were neutralized. Pahalgam attack was avenged because the mastermind Musa was there, was one of those three terrorists. And remember, he was an SSG operative in Pakistan Army. He was a very high-ranking, well-trained commando. And 29th of July, the forensic test confirmed that it was the Pahalgam butcher who was eliminated in this. Meanwhile, viewers, we'll also get you just how the Prime Minister has also, while addressing a rally in Varanasi, spoken about Operation Mahadev's success. He has hailed the valor of our forces.
ऑपरेशन सिंदूर के दौरान दुनिया ने भारत का यही रूप देखा है। भारत पर जो वार करेगा वो पाताल में भी नहीं बचेगा। लेकिन भाइयों बहनों, दुर्भाग्य से ऑपरेशन सिंदूर की सफलता पर हमारे देश के कुछ लोगों को भी पेट में दर्द हो रहा है।
All right, we have former DGP of Jammu and Kashmir, SP Vaid, who's joining us on Forces First. Thanks so much for joining us on Public TV. And this has been a very, very special operation, sir. From Operation Sindoor, which was historic in its own self. But yes, the hunt for those terrorists, for those butchers was still on. It took a lot of time, sir. Could you help our viewers explain that, how challenging this would have been in the Dachi Gam forest, and that it took so many days, and there's a lot of politics around that, why about the timing, sir. But I think our forces know the best that how challenging this was and how interesting at the same time this was, sir.
Namaskar, you and all your viewers. See, Dachi Gam is a protected sanctuary. It's a protected forest, and thick jungle is there, and Mahadev Hills looks over this dense forest, and it's very, very difficult area. And look at the precision with which they were actually targeted after conducting recce and getting some information about use of Chinese, as you were mentioning, Chinese communication system. So a track was kept, and how they were observed through the drone, where they had put their tent, is a steep height, and it's almost, if not 90 degrees, around, let's say 75-80 degrees steep mountain. and very difficult. The location is so strategic that these people could watch movement of security forces from any angle. So the precision with which it has been conducted, it is great credit to the commanders of the Indian Army, the J&K Police, and CAPF, how they were monitoring ever since this Pahalgam incident had taken place. And this from the ridge line, they could travel to this area, and I think they were looking for an appropriate opportunity to attack, because Amarnath Yatra, as you know, the Baltal route convoy passes through Srinagar towards Amarnath, and maybe these people were strategically located there and waiting for an opportunity just to attack Amarnath Yatra also and make another news. And before that, they could do anything. Their interception was actually noticed by our forces, and very well planned, I would say, very well planned, very well executed anti-terror operation, not giving them even an iota of suspicion. And before they could even react, they were all sleeping, and that is the time, most appropriate time when they hit them.
Yes.
And these three important terrorists were gunned down. Suleiman Shah alias Faisal Jatt, including his two other associates, Hamza Afghani and Jibran Bhai, all three Pakistanis. And the number one, Suleiman, is a Pakistan Special Forces commando, and how he has been used, and the weapons recovered are very, very interesting. You see, that's what we were suspecting. One of the weapons, apart from other two AK-47 rifles, was American M4 rifle.
Yes.
And the empties which were collected from Pahalgam were immediately flown. These weapons were flown to Center Forensic Science Laboratory in Chandigarh, and they were matched, absolutely ensuring that these the firing which was conducted in Pahalgam was from these three weapons, and that gives us a solid evidence of forensic evidence how these people are connected with the Pahalgam. Because many people were raising eyes even within your country. Forget Pakistan. Even within your country, person like Chidambaram saying, I'm surprised, who has remained a home minister, they should be shamed. That how are you connecting this with Pakistan? Here is a solid evidence. And then witnesses were brought who had provided them food, shelter, who had seen these terrorists. And I think 4 or 5 of them confirmed that these are these very same terrorists.
The Pakistan link, sir, has been clearly established this time, and it's for the world to see how India has struck Pakistan in Operation Sindoor, and this Operation Mahadev, of course, clearly establishes the Pak link to the Pahalgam attack as well. Thank you so much, Mr. S.P. Vaid, for joining us on Republic TV, sir, with your insight on that story. Viewers, now we shift our focus to the other big story on Forces First. Viewers, this is about the so-called oil reserve deal between the United States and Pakistan. US President Donald Trump on the 30th of July announced a trade agreement with Pakistan focusing on developing what he described as massive oil reserves in Pakistan. Now, this deal includes collaboration with an American oil company to explore and extract these reserves. Trump even went on to suggest that Pakistan could potentially export oil to India in the future, to which the MEA has no comments, of course, to utter about. This announcement now comes shortly after Trump imposed 25% tariff on Indian imports. At least he announced that US is going to do that, and along with an unspecified penalty for India's continued trade with Russia. But here's the reality check, viewers. Pakistan's proven crude oil reserves are modest. They're meager. They're estimated to be between 234 million and 353 million barrels, ranking 850th globally. And in contrast, India's reserves are approximately 4.9 billion barrels, over 10 times larger. With a disproportionate demand-supply chain and a lack of infrastructure, the feasibility of Pakistan becoming a so-called oil exporter could be highly speculative. In fact, viewers, There is this deep dive into it and the twist here. Trump-Pakistan deal appears to be less about oil and more about geopolitical maneuvering in South Asia by Trump. The first strategic factor could be countering China's influence, pressurizing India also. Pakistan is a significant ally of China with deep economic ties, of course, through the CPEC, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, which the US is very insecure about. Then the US move may aim to reduce Pakistan's dependence on Beijing by offering economic incentives. Second, to build supposed pressure on India, as I just mentioned. By touting Pakistan's potential to sell oil to India, Trump may use the deal as leverage to push New Delhi into a more favorable trade agreement with the US and to reduce its reliance on Russian defense supplies, viewers. But there's another angle, of course, from Indian strategic perspective. The Trump-Pakistan oil deal has several implications. The deal strengthens US-Pakistan ties, could embolden Pakistan's military establishment, particularly the ISI, which has historically supported and orchestrated cross-border terrorism on Indian soil. And Trump's suggestion that Pakistan could sell oil to India is impractical given hostile bilateral relations. Now, the challenge for us is robust contingency plans for energy supply disruptions. But the main focus is also, viewers, the Balochistan factor. Most of Pakistan's oil reserves, or the mineral reserves, the gold reserve, the diamond reserves, are in Balochistan, a province plagued by insurgency against Islamabad. They are fighting for their freedom. Increased US investment could further the tensions there, potentially leading to unrest that spills over into India's border regions. And also, the China-Pakistan nexus also comes into focus. While the US aims to counter China, Pakistan is unlikely to abandon its all-weather ally, Beijing. So a US-backed Pakistan could still coordinate with China to challenge India, particularly in the Indian Ocean region, viewers. And we have a special guest joining us on the broadcast for more on this. We have Hemant Mustakhan, senior Baloch journalist, joining us on the broadcast. So thank you so much for joining us on Forces First. We just saw the reaction, the first reaction that came in from Mir Yar Baloch, Baloch leader. He had written to Donald Trump when this so-called oil reserve deal was announced, and he said that Balochistan is not for sale, and that Asim Munir is only misleading United States. What, in your understanding, is brewing, and what could be the next step from the Balochis?
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I appreciate the Republic news channel, and Arnabji had promised me that the Republic news channel will be calling Balochistan as Pakistan-occupied Balochistan.
Yes, sir.
So this is Pakistan-occupied Balochistan.
Yes, sir.
And you are actually very kind to the Pakistanis, I think, because you have put in the picture of Shehbaz Sharif. And Shehbaz Sharif doesn't matter in Pakistan.
Yes.
Everything is in Asim Munir's hand. He's the king and he's the king maker. He is the judge, jury and executioner. You see, this is the government in Pakistan is a fake government, because the last elections was won by Imran Khan, who has been put behind bar. So this fake country, this Pakistan, is not like India. It's two different stories. I'm not sure if you saw a very interesting write-up yesterday by Miyamoto Musashi,
yes,
in which he called Pakistan a blot on humanity. And he argued that it's time for this nonsensical state to be balkanized in the interest of all the people in the region. So we in America, you see, I feel very ashamed of our president. And some people rightly call him President McDonald Burger, because he's jumping McDonald burgers like, you see, very unhealthy food, and he's jumping it all the time. So when you eat very unhealthy food, then your statements, your thinking, all are affected, I believe. And we were very shocked when he was calling this failed Marshal Asim Munir as very impressive. In my personal view, Only two people in the world might find failed Marshal Asim Munir impressive. One is Maryam Nawaz Sharif, and second is Donald Trump. This is America is passing through a very erratic phase right now. You might have followed. They have, you see, fired hundreds of career diplomats. They have, you see, just done away with the U.S. aid, and Trump's everything is just transactional.
Right.
And Asim Munir has always been known in the military as the deceiver. He was called the deceiver by his badmates. You mentioned Pahalgam. As you know, just 6 days before Pahalgam, he came to address the overseas Pakistanis, and he said he meant the Punjabi jihadis have the superior culture, they have the superior ideology, and he talked about two-nation theory. Once the two-nation theory was, you see, droned in the Bay of Bengal in 1971. If he still talks about this, we are going to drone it again in the Baloch Gulf. This, whatever Pakistan's mineral resources, everything is in Balochistan.
Yes, yes.
But this president, you see, doesn't know much about history, much about politics.
Yes.
He is just a transactional kind of a person.
Right, sir.
I will really appeal to the, please try to somehow talk with him about the trade surplus, because that is what's bothering him.
Absolutely,
you see, and they are also jealous of India. Please don't think that the US is a friend of India. Indian GDP growth rate is far ahead of the United States and even of China. So this is also bothering, I believe, Mr.
Absolutely,
Trump.
Of course, there is
the kind of
there is frustration in Trump, of course, when India and defense ties with Russia is, of course, bothering Trump, and of course now Balochistan fact also is very important, and India, of course, continues to, even in the parliament, it made a mention about what Balochistan wanted to, in fact, this issue was raised for the first time this time in the month session. But thank you so much. That's all the time we have in this segment, Mr. Mustaq Khan, on this story. Now we should quickly focus to the focus on Indian Army's push to be future combat ready following the Operation Sindoor. Now, the discussion centers on new fighting formations recently announced by Chief of Army Staff General Upendra Dwivedi, the Rudra Brigade and the Bhairav Light Commando Battalion. Viewers, they're very special this time. The Rudra Brigade and the Bhairav Light Commandos. A brigade that does not wait for backup. That's the Army's Rudra Brigade for you. It is lethal, agile, ready to strike at a moment's notice. The Rudra Brigades are rewriting battlefield playbooks by merging tanks, troops, special forces, drones and artillery all into one seamless war machine.
आज की भारतीय सेना न केवल वर्तमान चुनौतियों का सफलतापूर्वक सामना कर रही, बल्कि हम नित्य प्रतिदिन एक परिवर्तनशील, आधुनिक और भविष्य उन्मुख शक्ति के रूप में तेजी से अग्रसर हो रहे हैं। इसके अंतर्गत रुद्र के रूप में नई ऑल आर्म्स ब्रिगेड का गठन किया जा रहा है, जिसका सैंक्शन मैंने कल ही दिया है, जिसमें इन्फेंट्री, मैकेनाइज्ड इन्फेंट्री, आर्मर्ड यूनिट्स, आर्टिलरी, स्पेशल फोर्सेज, अनमैन्ड एरियल सिस्टम जैसे फाइटिंग कंपोनेंट्स को एक साथ रखा जाएगा और विशेष रूप से तैयार किया जाएगा, जिसमें शामिल लॉजिस्टिक सपोर्ट और कॉम्बैट सपोर्ट होंगे। इसी क्रम में भैरव लाइट कमांडो बटालियन के रूप में एजाइल और घातक स्पेशल फोर्सेस का गठन किया गया है, जो सीमाओं पर शत्रु को चौंकाने के लिए हमेशा तैयार है। हर इन्फेंट्री बटालियन में ड्रोन प्लेटून का गठन किया गया है। वहीं आर्टिलरी में शक्तिमान रेजिमेंट बनाई गई है, जो ड्रोन और काउंटर ड्रोन इक्विपमेंट और लॉयटर म्यूनिशन के साथ लैस होगी। हर रेजिमेंट में एक दिव्यास्त्र बैटरी भी बनाई गई है, जो कंपोजिट बैटरी होगी और इन्हीं सामानों से लैस होगी। इन चीजों के मद्देनजर हमारी मारक क्षमता अब आने वाले दिनों में कई गुना बढ़ जाएगी।
Right, viewers. So that is, of course, the Bhairav Commandos and the readiness of the Indian Army is on full display. We quickly shift our focus now, viewers, to the other stories that we are, of course, tracking for you on Forces First. And viewers, this is about, of course, the Atmanirbhar push, viewers. We are going to show you how the Indian Army continues to display the weapons. It has the armor, and one of the reports we got to you from Kargil is on the Swati radar system, the weapon detection radar system that's very much made in India, engineered in India. Take a look. India has been emerging as a formidable force in defense technology, with the Atmanirbharta self-reliance taking the center stage. And here we are reporting the power of the Indian-made weapons. Right behind me is the Swati defense system. This is the radar system, and it is in fact a WLR. It's a weapon locating radar. It's used during the ceasefire violations, also in wartime as well. And what's more important is that it is developed in India. It is made in India. So we'll just give you a 360-degree view, or whatever angles we can capture of it. It is designed to locate the origin of the hostile artillery, the enemy's artillery fire, and pinpoint the location of the army weapons. Provides critical real-time data to the armed forces and enables them to neutralize the threats effectively. And this has been a game changer time and again in several situations, many situations. It's been a few years since it has joined India's air defense systems, and of course it has played a key role in several situations. And viewers, Lieutenant General Pushpendra Singh assumed the prestigious appointment of Vice Chief of the Army Staff and paid tribute to the fallen comrades from IPKF operations on the first day as Vice Chief of the Army Staff this week. Watch these visuals as we say goodbye on this edition of Forces First. Jai Hind.
सब बढ़िया लो। इसमें क्या खास बात है? थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग शिप भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। इंडिया सोना।
कुछ तो सस्ता लो,
सब बढ़िया लो।
इसमें क्या खास बात है?
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years, during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is a remarkably bad outcome for India to have had. If you want a dead economy, it is the Nehruvian Indira economy and the Rajiv economy. That was a genuinely dead economy. If you want an economy that is vibrant, this is that economy. The economy of India today under the Modi government is, in fact, the envy of the world. It may not be the envy of Donald Trump right now, but the simple fact is that the Indian economy is the fastest growing economy in the world. You can see this in
Bharat 1 Minute, brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
And getting some more updates coming in right now. Madhya Pradesh CM Mohan Yadav attended the groundbreaking ceremony for 6 industrial units worth approximately rupees 1,600 crores in the industrial area of Sehor district. Andhra Pradesh CM Chandrababu Naidu vows full support to Union Minister Nitin Gadkari for construction of rupees 70,000 crore highway projects in the state. Speaking at the launch of the National Highways program, Andhra Pradesh CM Chandrababu Naidu has highlighted significant progress in the state's road infrastructure. He stated that the road network expanded from 4,193 kilometers in 2014 to 8,745 kilometers within 5 years during his previous tenure. The Election Commission of India has refuted questions raised by Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. Earlier on June 12, the ECI has written a letter to Gandhi referencing an article published in a leading media outlet dated June 7, 2025.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
कुछ तो सस्ता लो
सब बढ़िया लो
इसमें क्या खास बात है
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात
प्योर मसाला
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर. खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के आपने अपने स्टूडियो में बुलाया था और बुला के मेरे को पूछ के सही तरीके से मेरा इंटरव्यू लिया था सर. उसका काम हो गया और अच्छा काम हुआ उसके अंदर सही तरीके से.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
viewers, you're watching Republic TV. I'm Riyanka Chaudhary. We are going to bring you a power-packed schedule for the next 30 minutes. But first, let's get started with the top headlines of this hour. Operation Akhal, one of the biggest crackdowns on Lashkar, enters day 3. 2 Lashkar terrorists taken down, manhunt on to trace the rest. Union Minister Kiren Rijiju slams Rahul Gandhi, says his remarks on Arun Jaitley are factually incorrect and deeply disrespectful to leaders who serve the nation with integrity. Asian Cricket Council announces venue for India-Pakistan match. BCCI continues to maintain silence amid national call for no cricket with the terror state. 15-year-old girl who was allegedly set on fire by unidentified individuals in Puri district of Odisha on July 19 succumbed to her injuries at AIIMS, Delhi. M&S workers vandalized the Night Rider bar in Panvel. An FIR has been registered against around 10 people. Police have launched an investigation into the incident. Breaking news coming in, viewers, on top of this hour. Acquitted in the Malegaon case, Sadhvi Pragya repeats claims on Parambir. Says she was asked to name Yogi Adityanath and others by the ATS officer who was torturing her. She also said the verdict is a huge slap on the saffron terror and the verdict is a victory of dharma and the truth. Once again, Sadhvi Pragya making her statements very, very clear against Parambir. What we understand at this point in time, Sadhvi Pragya has once again claimed that she was asked to name Yogi Adityanath and others by the ATS officer who was torturing her. She has time and again maintained that she was being tortured by Parambir, and Sadhvi Pragya has also said that the verdict, which has acquitted all the accused in the case, is a huge slap on the saffron terror, and of course this verdict is a victory of dharma and the truth. Sadhvi Pragya has once again made the claims very, very clear. She stands by the statements that she had given previously as well. She says the verdict is a victory of truth and dharma. And once again, doubling down her attack on Parambir, she repeats the charges that she was tortured and she was asked to name Yogi Adityanath. There, once again, Sadhvi Pragya has in fact made those big comments again when there was a landmark Malegaon verdict that had come out and it had acquitted all the accused in this case. It was a big win for them and a slap against the saffron terror narrative which was spread by the then Congress government in power. So we will have to wait and see what happens next in this case, but it is very, very clear in terms of Sadhvi Pragya's stand that she continues to double down her attack on Parambir.
मैंने पहले भी अपने इंटरव्यू में कहा है, मुझसे बहुत बड़े बड़े लोगों के नाम जबरदस्ती बोलने के लिए कहा उन्होंने, मैंने वो नाम नहीं बोले, उनके अनुसार मैंने काम नहीं किया, इसलिए उन्होंने मुझे प्रताड़ित किया। और उन नामों में विशेष तौर पर माननीय भागवत जी का नाम, राम माधव जी का नाम, हमारे माननीय मोदी जी का नाम, योगी जी का नाम, माननीय इंद्रेश जी का नाम और तमाम वो नेता जो बड़े बड़े नेता हैं उन लोगों के नाम लेने के लिए कहा कि उन्होंने कहा और हमने ऐसा किया, ये बोलो। मैंने उनकी बात को नहीं सुना और ना ही माना, इसलिए उन्होंने मुझे प्रताड़ित किया। मैंने बार बार ये कहा है, बहुत ही निकृष्ट, बहुत ही अधम व्यक्ति है परमवीर सिंह, क्योंकि उसने हर सीमा पार की है, हर कानून को तोड़ा है और कानून से बाहर जाकर के उसने मुझे प्रताड़नाएं दी हैं। अकेले परमवीर सिंह ने नहीं, पूरे एटीएस के अधिकारियों ने प्रताड़ित किया है, पुरुषों ने प्रताड़ित किया है, हर कानून को तोड़ा है। उन्होंने मुझे गैर कानूनी 13 दिन तक रखा और 11 दिन की कस्टडी, इस प्रकार से मैं 24 दिनों तक पुलिस कस्टडी में रही और प्रताड़नाएं झेलती रही एटीएस की। सत्य की जीत हुई है जो सुनिश्चित थी, क्योंकि धर्म और सत्य हमारे पक्ष में था, इसलिए यह जीत होनी ही थी। सत्यमेव जयते, ये मैं पहले भी बोली थी और वह सिद्ध हुआ। विधर्मियों के, देशद्रोहियों के मुंह काले हुए हैं, उनको जवाब मिला है और देश हमेशा धर्म और सत्य के साथ है और ये रहेगा।
All right, viewers, moving on from that, some more big breaking news coming in at this point in time. What we understand that the Asian Cricket Council unveiled the complete schedule and venues for the tournament. The tournament is set to be played from September 9 and India versus Pakistan fixture will take place on September 14 in Dubai. Pakistani chief of ACC Mohsin Naqvi hard-shells India-Pakistan match, but viewers, the BCCI still remains silent. BCCI silent as the Pakistani chief of Asian Cricket Council set the terms of the match. So that is the big question coming in. What exactly is happening given so much backlash regarding this particular match? The cricket is still going to be continuing between India and Pakistan. National interest being compromised at some level is what we understand, given the fact that Asian Cricket Council has unveiled the complete schedule and venues for the tournament, which is set to be played from September 9. And the India versus Pakistan fixture will take place on 14th of September in Dubai. That is the venue which was announced. And the Pakistani chief of ACC, Mohsin Naqvi, has hard-shelled India, the Pakistan match. But the BCCI continues to remain silent over massive pressure being mounting on it. Although the location has been changed, but the match will continue to take place. The row continues over this particular match. The BCCI needs to answer several questions as to why in such a dire state condition there is so much silence when it comes to this particular match. All right, let me go across to retired Major General Rajan Kochhar, who is joining us this morning. Appreciate you, sir, for giving your time to Republic TV this morning and speaking for this very important issue that has come to light. You know, there has been so much backlash regarding the silence of the BCCI. And even though the venue has been changed, why do you think this match should continue? You know, the national interest is what is the priority, but cricket is still continuing.
Thank you, Priyanka. Very important observation which has been brought by you. Why should we play cricket with Pakistan and even in neutral venues? Is the BCCI so dependent on its revenues that it doesn't want to lose this revenue, or there is a larger context to it? If you remember, Prime Minister Modi had said that water and blood don't flow together. So why should cricket and blood flow together? So it's very important to understand the sentiments of the people of the country, the sentiments of the armed forces who have fought a recent battle with Pakistan, Operation Sindoor. And since we have cut off our trade ties with them, there are no flights, there is absolutely no bilateral relations with Pakistan. And to top of that, we have ensured that we have a new normal in place. So then, what is this new normal we are talking about? Is this new normal suggesting to us that we play, cricket with Pakistan? So I think a larger view has to be taken by the government, and the BCCI has to be reined in now. And if you remember, recently there was a veterans tournament also in Edgbaston, United Kingdom, where the players themselves walked out of this tournament, and India did not play Pakistan in the semi-finals. So I think a similar kind of decision has to be taken. And in case the government is not taking this decision, I would like to appeal to all the players of the Indian cricket team to boycott this tournament en masse. You see, you have to respect the sentiments of the people. You have to respect what this means to a country who has suffered at the hands of Pakistan by perpetuating terrorism in India. Pakistan is still doing that. We just had an encounter, Operation Mahadev, where we killed, 3 of these terrorists. And then again, we had another encounter yesterday where 2 more terrorists were killed. So from where are these people coming? These people are coming from Pakistan. And what is the deterrence? What is the cost Pakistan has to pay for it? We are not making it costly for Pakistan. And these tournaments, see, the entire revenue this tournament actually gets is because of India's participation. Because the kind of people worldwide, the diaspora in other countries, Dubai, and where this tournament is being held. So I would, through your channel, I would like to appeal to the government and to the BCCI that they need to review their decision and straight away announce that India will not take part in this tournament.
Major General Kocher, although the fact that the Pakistani Chief of Asian Cricket Council, Mohsin Naqvi, he has, rather set the terms of the match, and somewhere it's like the BCCI is bowing down in front of Pakistan. Why not put sanctions? Why not consider the sentiments of people over revenue?
A very good point, which actually you have mentioned a few days back. I had also made a statement saying that we need to impose sanctions on Pakistan. We need to impose this in the meetings of the ACC, in the meetings of the ICC. We need to present evidence, and today in Operation Mahadev, we've been able to get that evidence. We have these satellite sets. We have the coordinates in Pakistan to whom they were actually corresponding to, and from where this information was coming in. So we need to build up a close and a shut case, especially in ICC first, because right now it is the Asia Cup. Because you see, what will happen is we play in Asia Cup, then the other tournaments will follow, and precedents would have been actually set in. So I think this is the right time to bring about these sanctions. And why should Indian cricket actually suffer at the hands of Pakistan? It is Pakistan which needs to suffer, and Pakistan needs to be barred from all these tournaments. We need to take up this case straight away with the ACC.
Absolutely. Major General Rajan Kocher, appreciate you giving your time and joining us and giving your opinion in this very important piece of news that we are tracking, and we continue to put nation forward. And also moving on now, some breaking news coming in on the other side. Court has extended custody for activist Mirang Baloch for another 20 days despite absence of credible evidence. Dr. Baloch and her colleagues remain unlawfully detained on terrorism charges for peacefully advocating for human rights. The judiciary repeated extension of their remand underscore its complicity in the state oppression and the worsening human rights crisis in Balochistan at this point of time. So that's the latest breaking news that we are tracking for our viewers at this point in time. Ladies and gentlemen, this story is of 2 sisters, Kashvi and her little sister Arohi. Despite their young age, they are battling a very harsh reality: spinal muscular atrophy, a rare genetic disorder weakening their muscles daily. The family is struggling to arrange the funds, and despite their best efforts, they are finding it really challenging to make ends meet. The parents Rekha and Keshav are now reaching out for help, appealing to the viewers to donate and share the story. With your support, Kashvi and Arohi can get the treatment they need to survive and live a healthy life. You can dial 7501496545 or scan the QR code to contribute to their cause. Now, every little bit counts, and your help can give these two innocent souls a chance at life. This is their story.
She is Kashvi, 2.8 years old. And this is her sister Arohi, a month old. Both of them too young to understand that all is not good with her. Two little sisters who light up the world with their presence, but behind their smiles a harsh reality looms. Kashvi wasn't gaining weight and wasn't achieving milestones like other kids her age. After several tests, her parents received the devastating diagnosis that she has SMA type 2.
So she was like 2.7 years old. It was detected last month in 23rd of June. So luckily she didn't have any kind of, previously she used to have a lot, like she used to do coughing and she used to catch cold and every time so that was what she used to face previously. Right now her symptoms is
if she's sitting in a position, she will keep on sitting on that. She will request us that she wants to stand. She wants to play with other kids. So
yeah, she wants to say I need to stand, I need to walk. Okay, please help me to walk. Like those, in her these things she says like that.
She wants to do it, but her body is not supporting to do that.
Yeah.
Spinal muscular atrophy, a rare genetic disorder that's weakening their muscles day by day. Every day, Kashvi gasps for breath. But the woes for Kashvi's parents didn't end there. 3 weeks after, their younger child detected SMA type 2. Their younger child Arohi was also diagnosed with the same genetic disorder, but this one more severe than SMA type 1. Without treatment, life expectancy is often less than 2 years in SMA type 1. Meanwhile, in SMA type 2, with the treatment, life expectancy can be improved and some individuals can live well into adulthood.
Yeah, so SMA type 1 is more harmful. The reason is it's more deadlier, we can say, compared to type 2. And if it is not treated in the early stages of this, it is going to affect more, because it has severity problems for the respirations and all these things. And usually it is seen that the child does not able to celebrate the second birthday also. So for type 1.
So I think within 3 months we will be able to see the symptoms in her. As of now there are no symptoms in her, but within 3 months there will be symptoms like breathing problems, she won't be able to swallow and all those things. So type 1 is much more critical than type 2.
Lack of reflexes, inability to sit without proper support, abnormal breathing pattern, difficulty swallowing, which can lead to growth issues, are few of the many problems that Arohi is facing. On camera, you may see them smiling and breezing through life one day at a time, but that is not the case. Their only hope is Zolgensma, a life-saving gene therapy that costs a whopping ₹16 crore.
There are two options only for her at this moment available in India. So one is Zolgensma, so that is a one-time gene therapy, and it costs around 16 CR at this moment. It includes shipping and all these things, customs and all,
tax, everything included.
After their younger child detecting the same disorder, they are in dire need of more financial support. Their budget has now increased to a staggering rupees 18 crore.
We also connected with network.This, who is actually producing the medicine or drug. So what they have mentioned, they were also speechless when they heard about both the daughters are SMA. So the best thing what they told us is what they can do is the cost of the medicine is 16 crores, but the first EMI or first installment we have to pay is 9 crores. In 9 crore they will give the injection and doctors can push that injection to our baby. So minimum 9 crore for one kid we need. So total 18 crores are required as of now to save our both the daughters.
Right, it's 18 CR at this moment. We were fighting for 16 CR and now it's 18 CR what we can manage till now.
Kashvi's family hails from Kolkata. Her mother, Rekha Kumari, comes from a family of Navy officers and is now working with a private company. Her father, Keshav Kundu, holds a job in IT sector.
So I come from a defense background. My dad was in defense, Indian Navy, and I'm working in IT industry. I'm working in Wipro, and nobody in my family has any symptoms. Nobody is having anything. Nobody is aware about SMA in my family. So there was nothing like that. And
and my parents were state government teachers in Assam. So they were my schooling and everything was done in Assam. Then due to college in Bangalore, and then I settled down in Kolkata at this moment. And so in our families also there is nothing as such identified, and unfortunate that we are the carriers, and even we don't doctors are saying that you taste this the same MLPA test. But what's of use? We are not going to plan anything. Right now we have only 2 daughters and we need to sit in.
From private companies to government jobs, they've knocked all the doors, but the climb is very steep.
So we have sent out applications to PMO office, President of India, and the CM, because I was born here in Assam, so I had sent an application to Assam as well, and I'm trying to get back to Kolkata because that is where I belong from at this moment, because I'm staying there with my family. But I am stuck with all this. My younger daughter has now been detected in AIDS. So, but I have written the applications to CM of West Bengal as well as the Governor of West Bengal. So those things we are doing, and we are trying to reach out to the celebrities or influencers here in Delhi. And but most of the things here is they are
not getting a very positive response or very big amount. It's all the audience are helping us, or common people are helping us by donating some minimum to maximum amount, whatever they can contribute. Even my father, he comes from an Indian Navy background. Whatever the contacts he has circulated between them. It is only we are getting help from common people.
While Kashvi and Arohi's fate have nudged them in the clutches of the severe medical condition, they continue to fight bravely each day without knowing what lies ahead.
Have a bigger fight to go.
Absolutely.
So I want to appeal the people of India as well as abroad people who are helping us, and to entire nation to come forward and help our I as a parent, we don't have any choice between the 2 daughters, which one is going to get the Zolgensma first and which is going to be the Zolgensma second. So I am not thinking in that way. I am thinking in the direction that for both the daughters we need it, and we have to provide it soon.
And we need it as soon as possible for both of them.
Right.
The advanced gene therapy, Zolgensma, holds the key to their survival. You can be the difference between the life and death for these two innocent souls. Rekha and Keshav have set up campaigns for crowdsourcing, and if you have questions, you can dial the father on 7501496545 or even scan the QR code displayed on the screen and give these two sisters a shot at life. Do your bit of one good deed today. Share the word, donate whatever you can, and help Kashvi and Arohi get back their childhood.
Viewers, coming up on the other side, Operation Akal, one of the biggest crackdowns on Lashkar enters day 3. 2 Lashkar terrorists taken down and the manhunt is on to trace the rest. Also tracking, Union Minister Kiran Rijiju slamming Rahul Gandhi, saying his remarks on Arun Jaitley are factually incorrect and deeply disrespectful to a leader who served the nation with integrity.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, राजा और मसाला।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. शुक्रिया हमारे साथ बातचीत करने के लिए. First of all, आपको ये फैसला आज सुन के क्या लगा? Do you think justice has finally been done in the case, Mujawar ji?
बहुत अच्छा लगा सर, कहीं तो न्याय हो गया, और ये न्याय मिलाने के लिए जो आपने जद्दोजहद की, जो आपने कोशिश की, वो सही में काम आई सर। खास करके मैं निरंजन स्वामी का बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करता हूँ, जिन्होंने मेरा कोई तुम्हारे चैनल से कोई संबंध नहीं था, मगर मेरे को ढूंढ के निकाल के आपने अपने स्टूडियो में बुलाया था और बुला के मेरे को पूछ के सही तरीके से मेरा इंटरव्यू लिया था सर। उसका काम हो गया और अच्छा काम हुआ उसके अंदर, सही तरीके से सही जजमेंट, सही एविडेंस और जो चाहिए वो विटनेसेस मिल गए सर आपको।
मुजावर जी, लास्ट टाइम जब आपने बात की थी हमारे साथ, आपने एटीएस के बारे में बात की थी। आपने बोला एटीएस ने एविडेंस को फिक्स किया था। इस पूरा केस
Hi there, welcome back to your favorite deep dive show on stories contemporary and consequential for India. Incidentally, this is completion of 1 year of Get Me Right. This week, I picked 3. 1. A recap of how Bangladesh has turned into a bastion for anti-India forces since the government of Sheikh Hasina was deposed this same week last year, and how India has responded. 2. In the age of AI, artificial intelligence, which jobs are safe and which would vanish soon? Information that would forewarn to forearm. And finally, the logic behind Donald Trump's going after India. Why has the American president taken his gloves off against us? Is it frustration or something more? Let's get going.
A US Navy F-35 jet crashed near the Lemoore Air Force Station in Kings County, California, Thursday morning. You might wonder, what's the connection with a crashed American F-35 and Trump's tariff war on India? Let me explain. Another F-35 was the center of a meme fest in India when one belonging to the British Royal Air Force made an emergency landing last month in Thiruvananthapuram of Kerala and got stuck there. Both the British and the Americans struggled for a month before the bird could fly back last week. The fighter jet is a showpiece of cutting-edge American war machine, and a mystic of invincibility has been created around the platform. US President Donald Trump had made an offer for the same to Prime Minister Modi during his February visit to Washington, D.C. India said we would look into it, which basically means a polite no in typical Indian bureaucracies. The two instances quoted above prove India was right. Trump obviously did not like it. Having offshored much of their manufacturing to China over the last 4 decades, America pretty much has only two sectors left to tom-tom and export: agriculture and defense. After all, how many apples you can export? So obviously, defense and connected military-industrial complex become the biggest trade chip for Donald Trump to push, possessed as he is with correcting the trade imbalance with the rest of the world. In the month of May, 2 US Navy fighter jets, F-A-18 Hornets, fell off the aircraft carriers they were on while deployed in the Red Sea in a span of just 8 days. On the civil aviation side, there have been 60 deadly air crashes in the United States till the month of May alone, leading to the death of 188 persons. The big one was in Washington, D.C., where a military helicopter collided with a descending passenger airliner, killing all 64 on board. 2025 is proving to be the worst year in terms of aviation safety in the United States of America. The point I am making is that America is a nation under stress. This might sound like pop sociology, but this high rate of air accidents is evidence of fraying nerves of the American society. It is dealing with a China breathing down its neck and struggling with a multipolar world that is increasingly slipping out of its control. It is in this backdrop that Donald Trump is waging his tariff war. His fusillade against India on Thursday seemed very personal. 4 times he railed against us in a single working day. Twice through his Truth Social posts and twice during his press engagements.
India is preparing to face higher U.S. tariffs between 20 and 25%. Is that what you're tracking, or what do you think the rate will be for India?
They are going to pay 25%.
Yeah.
He is riled that India is not opening up its agriculture and dairy sector. He's annoyed that we continue to buy oil from wherever we get it cheap, including Russia. He's mighty angry that India politely yet firmly refused to make a big, beautiful order of the meme-fested F-35s that he offered to us in February. Trump's frustrations are many. The entire edifice of his campaign last year was built on his promise to end the Europe war on his first day in office. It is 190 days plus now.
I will end the war in Ukraine, I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III from happening, and you have no idea how close we are.
If anything, the Europe war has intensified. In earlier episodes, we have captured how Trump has swung from calling Putin a reasonable friend to a knee-jerk, I hate him. And it's not just Putin of Russia. Despite all the insults heaped on him at the White House, Zelensky of Ukraine has proved to be a tough nut as well. He escalated his war a month ago on the eve of a Trump phone call with Putin, sending a message Trump could only control a White House roast, not the war on the ground. Donald Trump first announced with some bluster a high tariff of 130% on China. The figure now languishes somewhere between 15 and 30%, with no clarity on whether Xi Jinping would oblige by not retaliating. Trump has been cowering since and seeking a summit with the Chinese dictator. In an example of how brainless the tariff war is turning out to be, Brazil has been slapped 50 to 90% tariffs despite the United States having a trade surplus with them. Coming back to India, the Thursday tantrum came despite trade deal talks still on between both the sides. The timing perhaps something to do with the Operation Sindoor debate in Parliament.
There is no linkage of trade. There was no linkage of trade in any of those conversations. And there was no cost between Prime Minister and President Trump.
The fact that both Prime Minister Modi and External Affairs Minister Jaishankar made it amply clear that nobody had any role in the India-Pakistan ceasefire must have riled the American president, who has made it the leitmotif of his life to claim credit for stopping the standoff in South Asia. Trump seems hell-bent on rocking the boat of India-US ties. The hesitations of history are returning with a sense of déjà vu. Like Kennedy and Dean Rusk tried to take India in a pincer over China, or Nixon Kissinger pivoted to Pakistan for their larger Beijing policy. So it seems Trump is now falling over Pakistan, frustrated by India's refusal to play his game. Trump is forcing India to take a side, something India has not done historically since 1947. We have withstood tremendous pressures, including from the Americans, and in much dire times, when we lived from ship to mouth for food, when we had not enough to feed and clothe our population. So it's unlikely it is going to happen at this stage, when we are the fourth largest economy and raring to go as a nation and society. Those who know Prime Minister Modi know that he shines when the tide is against him. That the last thing you can get out of him is to make him compromise under pressure. Trump's going bonkers is just an expression of that realization. Ultimately, it is for America to decide. After having sucked with a straw US $30 billion and more over the last 2 decades alone for providing its services in Afghanistan, if Pakistan could still harbor Osama bin Laden, if after overseeing so many American soldiers getting killed in the Afghan theater with double games that it played with Taliban, Pakistan can still harbor maximum number of UN designated terror organizations and still get a helping hand from the United States. God bless America. We can take care of ourselves. Moving on to the next one. This coming week marks 1 year of the July uprising, as it is called in Bangladesh, which led to the downfall of the democratically elected Sheikh Hasina government and the plunking of American-backed regime of Muhammad Yunus in Dhaka. A government that has become a national security challenge for New Delhi. A government that is viscerally anti-India. A government that is peopled with those who fancy breaking up of India for a greater Bangladesh. Those who think that India's northeast is dependent on them for its survival. What seemed like an organic student protest to begin with turned out to be a coup, a well-planned conspiracy using the facade of students. Just to jog the memory, listen to Yunus in his own words.
He is known as to be the brain behind the whole revolution. So he denies it repeatedly. He said, not me, many others, but that's how he's recognized, that he's the brain behind the whole thing.
This was in New York, where Yunus was genuflecting before his benefactors. Now let's listen to one of his statements over the last year, which reflects his true mind on India.
7 states of India, eastern part of India, called 7 Sisters, they are landlocked country, landlocked region of India. They have no way to reach out to the ocean. We are the only guardian of the ocean.
His advisor, Mahfouz Alam, in a now deleted Facebook post, called for the annexing of parts of India's northeast to form Greater Bangladesh. Yunus has followed his anti-India mindset with actions. Just a look at the list of those he has got released from jails. Jashimuddin Rahmani, head of Al-Qaeda affiliate Ansarul Bangla team or ABT, was released in the first month of the coup itself. He was convicted of various crimes detrimental to peace and security of Bangladesh, and since his release has spewed venom against India, including talking of training jihadis for Jammu and Kashmir and Khalistan. Then there is Ikramul Haq, alias Abu Tala, also of ABT. He escaped from a high-security prison in Dhaka on the first day of the unrest. He was self-styled India Operations Head of ABT and was arrested for planning terror modules in India's northeast in coordination with the Lashkar-e-Taiba. He has not been rearrested since his escape. The Yunus regime also let go of Lutfuzzama Babar, a BNP politician who was on death row in connection with the Chittagong Armory case, in which 10 trucks carrying arms haul for the northeast insurgents affiliated to ULFA were intercepted in 2004. Babar was junior home minister in the then Khaleda government and was suspected of facilitating the arms transfer in cahoots with ISI of Pakistan. Another BNP leader, Abdus Salam Pintu, known for harboring Pakistan-based Harkatul Jihad-e-Islami terrorists active in Kashmir and helping them train in Bangladesh, was also released in February this year. Pintu was involved in terror financing and radicalization of youth in Bangladesh. The man wanted to bleed India, and Yunus set him free. Extremists are thriving. Anti-India elements are stronger than ever in Bangladesh. This was a fear with security agencies. It has come true substantially. A Pakistan-trained terrorist, Javed Munshi, was apprehended from India-Bangladesh border in Assam while trying to infiltrate as part of a larger design to organize sleeper cells across India's east and northeast. This has been a pattern. Islamist elements have got a new lease of life. It is tragic that Indian blood and arms went into the making of Bangladesh, and all has been forgotten. The new set of politicians in power and rewriting the 1972 Constitution, which might be revealed on August 5. The legacy of Sheikh Mujibur Rahman has been scrubbed clean, including destruction of his multiple residences and museums.
শুকরিয়া ধন্যবাদ ছাত্র এবং ছাত্রী ভাই বোনদেরকে স্পেশাল থ্যাঙ্কস আপনারা দেখতে পাচ্ছেন আমি গণভবনের ভিতরে
Just last month, the ancestral home of Nobel laureate Rabindranath Tagore in Sirajganj district of Bangladesh was vandalized by a mob. Yunus has lifted ban on the Jamaat-e-Islami. This is the same Jamaat which had opposed tooth and nail Bangladesh's independence from Pakistan. Jamaat cadres had fought alongside Pakistan army soldiers, butchering, maiming, raping and killing fellow citizens. Now they control the government, substantially if not fully. Hizb ut-Tahrir, an Al-Qaeda affiliate organization banned around the world, including in Bangladesh, had the temerity to hold a massive public rally for caliphate in March this year. Nasimul Ghani, one of the founders of HUT in Bangladesh, was even appointed Home Secretary, thus exposing the full collusion between Yunus and anti-India forces. And then there is the issue of targeting of minorities, specifically the Hindus. Last 1 year has seen atrocious violations of their human rights. According to the Bangladesh Buddhist Hindu Christian Unity Council, an umbrella minorities organization, in the first fortnight alone, over 2,000 incidents of targeting of Hindus took place, including desecration of 69 temples. ISKCON leader Chinmoy Krishna Prabhu Das remains incarcerated in jail for over 8 months now. Mamunul Haq, leader of Hefazat-e-Islam, an amalgam of Islamist forces, asked Hindus to be deported from Bangladesh just this week. And last week, while Pakistan's Home Minister was visiting Dhaka, Bangladesh decided to allow those Pakistanis holding diplomatic and official passports visa-free entry. Obviously, That includes all army officers and ISI operatives. In fact, ISI Chief General Asim Malik, who's now Pakistan's NSA also, visited Dhaka in January this year, and reports suggest groundwork was laid to activate ISI presence in Bangladesh's border areas with India, particularly with the northeast. It's a grim picture. These are images from this week of a plane crash in Dhaka. The military plane crash-landed into a college building, resulting in the death of 19 and hundreds injured. As Bangladeshi authorities scrambled, it became clear they were not up to the task of handling the crisis, particularly on the medical front, with those injured suffering severe burns. India immediately came into action like a good neighbor and a first responder in any time of crisis. We sent in a team of doctors with supplies to assist the injured in Dhaka. You know why this narration is important? India came to the rescue of citizens of Bangladesh in their time of distress, despite a rabid anti-India sentiment being spread by the Yunus regime since it has come to power last year. Hopefully, better sense would prevail. On to the third and final segment.
I actually mean that. I don't like the name artificial anything, because it's not artificial, it's genius. It's pure genius.
Last week, I brought to you an aspect of artificial intelligence, its ideological position, and the impact this was having on geopolitics of the day. Trump had released America's first AI mission document and called for AI to be nationalist, not woke, not Marxist, confirming with his mega theme, Make America Great Again. This week, another aspect of AI made waves, if not directly in the headlines, then the force behind the headlines. In India, the information technology behemoth, TCS, or the Tata Consultancy Services, announced it was restructuring its workforce to reflect the new AI realities. TCS would retrench 2% of its mid-career level employees, or 12,000 engineers, as part of the exercise. There was a parallel headline in the same day newspapers of GCCs, Global Capacity Centers, hiring big time with double-digit growth in their businesses. GCCs are like back-end offices of multinational corporations, which were earlier clients of the likes of TCS and Infosys. Over a period of time, a couple of decades actually, they realized why pay these Indian IT companies if they could themselves set up their back-end offices in India, dipping into our IT talent pool. The result is for all to see. The TCSs and the Infosys and the HCL and other Indian IT companies are paying the price of not rising up the software food chain. The AI disruption has caught up with their complacence and is leading to this belated belt tightening. The concept itself is not new. Some of the early big tech companies of the United States, like the Texas Instruments, set up their own back offices in India way back in the 1990s. JP Morgan Chase, that set up its GCC in 2018 with about 20,000 workforce, now employs 55,000, roughly 1/10 of TCS. The trend has caught up big time, with the country now hosting about 1,600 of them with an annual turnover of $60 billion plus. A substantial part, if not all of this business, is what the TCS and Infosys and the HCL and others would have lorded over. That still does not mean the sector and other jobs in other professions are not under the AI cloud. This week also saw a release by Microsoft of a report on the impact of artificial intelligence on how employment is set to change going forward. Those among you watching, if you are a student or a lawyer or a painter or a teacher, this is useful information to arm yourself for the market at any level of your career. The Microsoft report lists 40 jobs that would face lesser prospects and 40 that would weather the impact and might be called AI-proof in terms of job security. Let's focus on the jobs that are set to lose their sheen first. And if you are in those professions, beware. The job of translators and interpreters tops the charts and is in the most danger of going extinct. If you want to know exactly how, take a look at this clip.
ये दोनों देशों में जो बातचीत होगी, ट्रेड होगी, जो बढ़ेगा.
Don't bother, we can use English word in between. Don't worry about it.
His Excellency, I've lost the speech.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah.
Sorry, do you want me to repeat? Yes. Okay. I think we understand each other well. I mean.
Do you see how the translator struggled with words when Keir Starmer was speaking on India-UK FTA deal? With PM Modi by his side, AI would do the job easily and without that groping for words. You can effectively learn multiple languages as a hobby, but not to pick a profession. Historians come next as an endangered species, and why not? The copious data that AI can guzzle in a jiffy and regurgitate after rearranging, historians can't match that. Plus, they have ruined their reputations by letting their ideologies influence facts. For decades, or perhaps more than a century now, these eminent historians have not been able to give a reasonable evidence of the Aryan migration theory, for example. The debate remains hot. If you're going to write tomes justifying Aurangzeb as a pious, benevolent dictator, then you are sure losing your job in the world of AI. Writers, journalists, editors come next. In fact, there's a pattern. Those at the lower end of the value addition in the intellectual pyramid, data scientists, accounting clerks, web developers, market research analysts, they are all going to face redundancies. Now let's look at jobs that would survive this AI juggernaut. Godfather of AI, Geoffrey Hinton, has said earlier that the only safe job in the world of AI, perhaps, is that of a plumber. I might have paraphrased it, but if you look at the Microsoft list, at the top are phlebotomists. Remember those in white coats who take your blood samples for tests at path labs. AI proves you can survive if you are a bloodsucker, rather literally. Nurses are not going out of job, as also doctors who are surgeons. Reports keep appearing that AI read scans way better than radiologists. This one is from just a week ago. A woman named Shreya shared her story on X, where she narrated how ChatGPT helped her zero down on an ailment her mother was facing, which 18 months of examination by multiple top doctors failed. The doctors went by ChatGPT advice, changed the prescription, and Shreya's mother is recovering. There are dime a dozen such examples and stories on the internet from around the world of how AI is revolutionizing medical examination and treatment. The principle is same. With its massive data crunching ability, it's like consulting hundreds or thousands of doctors at one go, something not practically possible in the physical world for any patient. Puncture repairers, barbers, masons, truck drivers, and massage therapists, physiotherapists for that matter. So if you look at it, the AI-safe jobs are predominantly the blue-collar ones. AI's impact on all aspects of humanity is going to be all-encompassing. Jobs are only a sliver of that. And mind you, we are like in very early stages of the development of this tech tool. The real age of AI, called the Artificial General Intelligence, AGI, which is still a few years away, would make the present models like the ChatGPT and Gemini look like 303 rifles in front of a BrahMos missile. That's the comparison in terms of capacity and scale. So brace for it and be on top of the AI game. Thanks for watching.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
राजा आरती और मसाला। प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
The Indian economy has been the fastest growing G20 economy for 8 of the last 11 years. And those are the only 8 in the last 77 years during which India has been the largest, has been the fastest growing economy among the G20. So, during the years that Rahul Gandhi's family ruled India, India's per capita income was declining relative to the rest of the world. Just listen to that. The average income of an Indian was declining relative to the average income of every human on earth. That is...
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together we can.
And getting some more bits coming in right now. Madhya Pradesh CM Mohan Yadav attended the groundbreaking ceremony for 6 industrial units worth approximately rupees 1,600 crores in the industrial area of Sehor district. Andhra Pradesh CM Chandrababu Naidu vows full support to Union Minister Nitin Gadkari for construction of rupees 70,000 crore highway projects in the state. Speaking at the launch of the National Highways program, Andhra Pradesh CM Chandrababu Naidu has highlighted significant progress in the state's road infrastructure. He stated that the road network expanded from 4,193 kilometers in 2014 to 8,745 kilometers within 5 years during his previous tenure. The Election Commission of India has refuted questions raised by Congress leader Rahul Gandhi. Earlier on June 12, the ECI has written a letter to Gandhi referencing an article published in a leading media outlet dated June 7, 2025.
कुछ तो सस्ता लो
सब बढ़िया लो
इसमें क्या खास बात है
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
राजा आरती और मसाला।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
कुछ तो सस्ता लो
सब बढ़िया लो
इसमें क्या खास बात है
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात।
राजा आरती और मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Mujawar has been a part of the ATS team that investigated this Malegaon case, and what he has to say today is explosive. He's breaking the silence. Mahmood Mujawar ji, thank you. Shukriya.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Acquitted in the Maligaon blast case, Colonel Purohit returns to Pune today. Celebrities, authors and descendants of Shivaji Maharaj's Sardars and Peshwas to attend the grand procession. NCP, SCP, MLA Jitendra Abhad has now sparked a row by making statements against Sanatan Dharma, saying Sanatan Dharma has ruined India. Operation Lakh, one of the biggest crackdowns on Lashkar enters day 3. 2 Lashkar terrorists taken down, manhunt on to trace the rest. Asian Cricket Council announces venue for India-Pakistan match. BCCI continues to maintain silence amid national call for no cricket with terrorist day. Breaking news coming in right now. Acquitted in the Maligaon case, Sadhvi Pragya has now repeated claims on Parambir, that is right, and says that she was asked to name Yogi Adityanath and others by the ATS officer who was torturing her. She also said that the verdict is a huge slap on saffron terror and the verdict is the victory of Dharma and truth. Big update coming in, viewers, right now on Republic TV. Sadhvi repeats charges on Parambir. And this is coming in as she's launched a blistering attack on the Congress and senior police officers, accusing the previous UPA government of orchestrating a conspiracy. Let's go ahead and play out the reactions.
मैंने पहले भी अपने इंटरव्यू में कहा है, मुझसे बहुत बड़े-बड़े लोगों के नाम जबरदस्ती बोलने के लिए कहा उन्होंने, मैंने वो नाम नहीं बोले, उनके अनुसार मैंने काम नहीं किया, इसलिए उन्होंने मुझे प्रताड़ित किया। और उन नामों में विशेष तौर पर माननीय भागवत जी का नाम, राम माधव जी का नाम, हमारे माननीय मोदी जी का नाम, योगी जी का नाम, माननीय इंद्रेश जी का नाम और तमाम वो नेता जो बड़े बड़े नेता हैं उन लोगों के नाम लेने के लिए कहा कि उन्होंने कहा और हमने ऐसा किया, ये बोलो। मैंने उनकी बात को नहीं सुना और ना ही माना, इसलिए उन्होंने मुझे प्रताड़ित किया। मैंने बार बार ये कहा है, बहुत ही निकृष्ट, बहुत ही अधम व्यक्ति है परमवीर सिंह, क्योंकि उसने हर सीमा पार की है, हर कानून को तोड़ा है और कानून से बाहर जाकर के उसने मुझे प्रताड़नाएं दी हैं। अकेले परमवीर सिंह ने नहीं, पूरे एटीएस के अधिकारियों ने प्रताड़ित किया है, पुरुषों ने प्रताड़ित किया है, हर कानून को तोड़ा है। उन्होंने मुझे गैर कानूनी 13 दिन तक रखा और 11 दिन की कस्टडी, इस प्रकार से मैं 24 दिनों तक पुलिस कस्टडी में रही और प्रताड़नाएं झेलती रही एटीएस की। सत्य की जीत हुई है जो सुनिश्चित थी, क्योंकि धर्म और सत्य हमारे पक्ष में था, इसलिए जीत होनी ही थी। सत्यमेव जयते, ये मैं पहले भी बोली थी और वह सिद्ध हुआ। विधर्मियों के, देशद्रोहियों के मुंह काले हुए हैं, उनको जवाब मिला है और देश हमेशा धर्म और सत्य के साथ है और ये रहेगा।
All right, viewers, so big update coming in right now, viewers, on Republic TV, where Sadhvi Pragya, who was recently acquitted in the 2008 Maligaon blast case, has claimed that she was tortured for refusing to spread false information during the investigation. And she has said that I was asked to spread fake information, which I did not do. That's why I was tortured so much. All right, let's move ahead right now to some of the other stories. Tracking viewers after his acquittal in the Maligaon case, Lieutenant Colonel Purohit is all set to return to his home in Pune today. Procession will take place shortly. We will go to that, and it will be attended by many celebrities, authors and descendants of erstwhile Sardars of Shivaji Maharaj and Bajirao Peshwa. Remember, viewers, all the 7 were acquitted in the Maligaon case. And we have with us Gopi joining us live from Pune. Gopi, you know, this is a very big moment coming in because, you know, we have seen how Lieutenant Colonel Purohit has also spoken about after he was acquitted. He was so happy and he was saying, you know, I finally can serve the nation. I can serve the army proudly now. And we are waiting for that big moment where many celebrities will be attending. This is his homecoming.
Well, in fact, Shivangi, we are here. I would ask my camera person to kindly show you. This is the exact lane from where the procession is going to begin. We are somewhere near to the house of Lieutenant Colonel Purohit. What we are expecting is Rajya Sabha MP Medha Kulkarni will also be in attendance, along with what you were describing, that the descendants of Bajirao as well as Shivaji Maharaj will also be here, along with the prominent authors and actors from the Marathi film industry. This is what we are expecting, and the procession is going to begin at around 12 noon today. But yes, talking about Lieutenant Colonel Purohit, just imagine a man who dons Indian Army uniform and serving the nation for over 3 decades was in fact his name was fabricated in the entire case of Malegaon, and now he has been acquitted. In fact, we happened to speak to him yesterday, and he said that it is a victory for him, and he was always for the nation. He's happy that he'll be able to serve the nation now with full force, which he was doing even while he was in jail. So we are waiting for that moment where grand procession is going to take place at his residence, and we are expecting big people from the Marathi film industry as well as politics will be here just after a short while from now. Back to you.
That was right. And Gopi, you know, you are waiting outside the residence of the Lieutenant Colonel, and you know, I just want you to tell our viewers about, you know, what the Lieutenant Colonel has said. He has been speaking about how he is extremely happy, and he has said that he will serve the nation proudly now. The country is always supreme, its foundation must be strong, and I'm sure his family members who have supported him for so many years are also extremely happy about today's big day, Gopi.
Well, Shivangi, you know, Lieutenant Colonel Purohit was never off duty. Let's tell our viewers that in spite of him spending 9 years in jail, let's tell our viewers that it was in 2008 that he was picked, and then in 2017 he was granted bail. So even during those years when he was in jail, he never failed to serve the nation. He was serving the nation, and he is expecting now that he will be serving the nation with full force. He is in fact associated with the intelligence unit in Nashik, and we will have to understand that the family was traumatized for 17 years. 17 years is in fact a long battle, and we saw how all 7 were acquitted. We saw how Sadhvi Pragya also had said that you know, her life was ruined. In fact, when we spoke to Lieutenant Colonel Purohit, he said that you know, there was a point where he was forced to name a few big leaders of BJP as well as RSS, which we have been seeing since past 3 days now, Shivangi. He was also forced like Sadhvi Pragya, and this was repeated time and again. In fact, they were threatened by the then ATS personnel, and they in fact were said that if you name the biggies, if you name the big BJP leaders as well as RSS leaders, they would be spared. But yes, look at their commitment towards the nation, and we see that after 17 years long battle, they are set free, they are acquitted. Malegaon blast accused, all 7 of them are acquitted, and we are waiting for a mega procession to take place from Lieutenant Colonel Purohit's house in a short while from now. Back to you.
Well, thank you for joining us there with all those details, Gopi. I will be coming back to you when we will be coming back to once the homecoming of the Lieutenant Colonel Purohit will begin. But we are getting some more breaking updates coming in. Let's go to the next set of breaking updates. NCPS PM Jitendra award has now triggered a political storm claiming Sanatan Dharma ruined India. And he said it's not a religion but an oppressive ideology that sidelined Shivaji, defamed Sambhaji and excluded reformers like Ambedkar and others. So this is a update coming in where it's a big row which has been sparked by the NCP-SCP MLA. And he has said that Sanatan Dharma has ruined India and has called it a oppressive idea. We'll be going across to we're trying to get some reactions on the story. But this is a big story coming in right now, viewers, where we see that he says Sanatan Dharma has ruined India. There was never any religion called Sanatan Dharma. We are being joined by Vinod Bansal, BHP spokesperson, joining us. Your first reaction, Mr. Bansal. You know, he's saying that Sanatan Dharma has ruined India and defamed our Chhatrapati Sambhaji Maharaj. These are the allegations that are coming in from the NCP-SP MLA.
They are the person who never knows about Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, who he was and what for he fight for, and how he has spent his entire life just to save the Sanatan Dharma and the Hindu Rashtra. He has made the Hindavi Swaraj. Hindavi Swaraj, what does it mean? The Congress basically क्या है कि वो बौखला गई है. They have lost their mindset actually. And this is the character of the Congress, that persistently they are attacking on Hindutva, Sanatan, or the pious land of the country actually. लगातार जिस तरह से ये जो हमले कर रहे हैं, आज की बात नहीं, पिछले 70 वर्षों से कर रहे थे. और ये जो एनसीपी है वो उसी का कुनबा है, उसी कुनबे की ये पार्टी है. तो कांग्रेस की कोख में से जन्मी जितनी भी पार्टियां और राजनेता हैं वो सब सनातन द्रोही पहले से ही हैं. अभी जिस तरह से सनातन को नेस्तनाबूद करने का इन्होंने सुपारी ले रखी है, वो भी एक एक करके ग्रेजुअली एक्सपोज हो रही है. They are taking their own roots actually. The Sanatan is always Sanatan. It will remain Sanatan. It cannot be destroyed by their wills and by their hooks and crooks. But ये है कि ये अपना खुद जड़ खोद रहे हैं एक्चुअली. और मैं कहूँगा कि चाहे कांग्रेस हो, एनसीपी हो या कोई और पार्टी हो जो कांग्रेसी कुनबे की हो, उनको अब हिंदू जो जीवन मूल्य हैं जो उभर के सामने आ रहे हैं, जिस तरह से भारत के अंदर हिंदू पुनर्जागरण हो रहा है, वो इनको पच नहीं रहा. इनको समझ में ये नहीं आ रहा कि आखिरकार जब हिंदू एक हाथी की तरह मदमस्त चलता है तो पीछे इस तरह के कुत्ते भौंकते ही हैं. इनकी कोई चिंता नहीं करनी किसी को, कोई समाज को कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. ये सोच रहे हैं कि इस तरह से गाली दे करके और हिंदुओं को भी आतंकवादी साबित कर देंगे, कोई सिर फिर आएगा, इनका सिर कलम करके ले जाएगा, सरतन से जुदा की गैंग चला देगा. ऐसा हिंदू नहीं करता कभी भी. हिंदू इज नॉट ऑफ दैट आइडेंटिटी और आइडिया. जब पैगंबर के नाम पर ये जो सरतन से जुदा की गैंग चल रही थी, तो ये सारे के सारे नेता किसी बिल में घुसे हुए थे. इन्हीं के नेता जब कोविड के दौरान जो सरकार थी, वो सरकार उनको रजाक आदमी को जो है वो अपने शवों का ठेका दे रही थी. उस समय इनको कुछ नजर नहीं आया. ये अभी जिस तरह से मालेगांव ब्लास्ट के जजमेंट आया है, उसको लेकर के इनकी जो सारी कॉन्स्पिरेसी थ्योरी थी वो सारी धरी की धरी रह गई. इसलिए ये लोग बौखला रहे हैं. बट कंट्री इज अंडरस्टैंडिंग देयर व्यूज एंड देयर मोटो. वो इनके चंगुल में फंसने वाले नहीं है. चाहे मणिशंकर अय्यर हो या कोई दिग्विजय सिंह हो या सुशील कुमार शिंदे हो, राहुल गांधी हो, प्रियंका गांधी हो या ये सोनिया हो या शरद पवार की पार्टी हो, ये सारे के सारे एक ही थैले के चट्टे बट्टे हैं जो हिंदू और हिंदुत्व और हिंदू मानविंदुओं, भगवा और संतों के द्वारा चलने वाला ये देश जो है उस पर आघात करना चाहते हैं. ये पाकिस्तानी माइंडसेट को तुष्ट करना चाहते हैं. आप देखिए जिस प्रकार से अभी मणिशंकर अय्यर ने कहा कि अभी दुनिया का 33 देश बोल रहे हैं, और वो उन्होंने तो किसी ने पाकिस्तान को आतंकवादी नहीं कहा. अरे भाई इसी बात को लेकर के तो पाकिस्तान ताली बजाता है. मुझे लगता है कि एक धक्का और तो मुझे लगता है इनको जो है ना सारे को पाकिस्तान चला जाना चाहिए. उनको पता लग जाएगा, औकात पता लग जाएगी कि आखिरकार क्या होता है सनातन और क्या होता है भारत का जीवन मूल्य और क्या होती है उसकी सहिष्णुता. इनकी सारी सहिष्णुता धरी रह जाएगी.
आप जिस व्यक्ति से बात
Right. Okay, thank you for joining us there. Thank you for joining us there. That was with us. We had Vinod Bansal, VHP spokesperson, on this latest comment which has been made. And I really want to go ahead and play the reactions we're getting on the story, because this comment by the NCP SCP leader has now sparked a fresh row.
श्रीमान शरद पवार गुट के नेता उन विकृत शास्त्रों का अध्ययन करके सनातन हिंदू धर्म को बदनाम कर रहे हैं, जो मुस्लिम आक्रांताओं ने जानबूझकर उन शास्त्रों में कुछ विकृतियां पैदा की। सनातन धर्म वह है जिसका कोई आदि अंत नहीं। सर्वे भवन्तु सुखिनः, इस बात को लेकर के वसुधैव कुटुंबकम मानने वाला यह सनातन धर्म है। इन धर्म में मानव सेवा सर्वोपरि कही गई है। क्या आपने इसका अध्ययन नहीं किया? कौन से विकृत शास्त्र का अध्ययन करके अब श्रावण मास में साधु संतों का करोड़ों करोड़ों उपवास तप करने वाले हिंदुओं की भावनाओं को आहत कर रहे हो?
Bharat 1 Minute brought to you by Canara Bank. Together, we can.
Everyone's getting some moments coming in. Madhya Pradesh CM Mohan Yadav attended the ground-breaking ceremony for 6 industrial units worth approximately rupees 1,600 crores in the industrial area of Sihor district. Andhra Pradesh CM Chandrababu Naidu vows full support to the Union Minister Nitin Gadkari for construction of rupees 70,000 crore highway project in the state. Speaking at the launch of the National Highway Programme, Andhra Pradesh CM Chandrababu Naidu highlighted significant progress in the state's road infrastructure. He stated that the road network expanded from 4,193 kilometers in 2014 to 8,745 kilometers within 5 years during his previous tenure. The Election Commission of India has refuted questions raised by Congress leader Rahul Gandhi earlier on June 12. The ECR has written a letter to Gandhi referencing an article published in a leading media outlet dated June 7, 2025. Viewers, the story is of two sisters, Kashvi and her little sister Arohi. Despite their young age, they are battling a harsh reality: spinal muscular atrophy, a rare genetic disorder weakening their muscles daily. A family is struggling to arrange the funds, and despite their best efforts, they're finding it challenging to make ends meet. The parents, Rekha and Keshav, are now reacting out for help. They're going ahead and asking you, they're reaching out to you viewers, and they're appealing to you to donate and share their story. With your support, Kashvi and Arohi can get the treatment that they need to survive and live a healthy life. You can dial us viewers. The number is 7501496545, 7501496545, or scan the QR code you will see soon to contribute to their cause. Every little bit counts, and your help, and you can give these two innocent souls a chance at life. This is their story.
She is Kashvi, 2.8 years old. And this is her sister Arohi, a month old. Both of them too young to understand that all is not good with her. Two little sisters who light up the world with their presence, but behind their smiles a harsh reality looms. Kashvi wasn't gaining weight and wasn't achieving milestones like other kids her age. After several tests, her parents received the devastating diagnosis that she has SMA type 2.
So she was like 2.7 years old. It was detected last month in 23rd of June. So luckily she didn't have any kind of, previously she used to have a lot, like she used to do coughing, and she used to catch cold and every time, so that was what she used to face previously. Right now her symptoms is
if she's sitting in a position, she will keep on sitting on that. She will request us
that she wants to stand. She wants to play with other kids. So
yeah, she wants to say like, I need to stand, I need to walk. Okay, please help me to walk. Like those, like in her, these things she says like that.
she wants to do it, but her body is not supporting to do that.
Yeah.
Spinal muscular atrophy, a rare genetic disorder that's weakening their muscles day by day, every day. Kashvi gasps for breath. But the woes for Kashvi's parents didn't end there. 3 weeks after, their younger child detected SMA type 2. Their younger child Arohi was also diagnosed with the same genetic disorder, but this one more severe than SMA type 1. Without treatment, life expectancy is often less than 2 years in SMA type 1. Meanwhile, in SMA type 2, with the treatment, life expectancy can be improved and some individuals can live well into adulthood.
Yeah, so SMA type 1 is more harmful. It's the reason is like it's more deadlier, we can say, compared to type 2. And if it is not treated in the early stages of this, like it is going to affect more, because it has severity problems for the respirations and all these things. And usually it is seen that like the child does not able to celebrate the second birthday also. So for type 1.
So I think within 3 months we will be able to see the symptoms in her. As of now, there are no symptoms in her, but within 3 months there will be symptoms like breathing problems. She won't be able to swallow and all those things. So type 1 is much more critical than type 2.
Lack of reflexes, inability to sit without proper support, abnormal breathing pattern, difficulty swallowing, which can lead to growth issues, are few of the many problems that Arohi is facing. On camera, you may see them smiling and breezing through life one day at a time, but that is not the case. Their only hope is Zolgensma, a life-saving gene therapy that costs a whopping rupees 16 crore.
There are 2 options only for her at this moment available in India. So one is Zolgensma, so that is a one-time gene therapy, and it costs around 16 CR at this moment. It includes shipping and all these things, customs and all, like,
Tax, GST, everything included.
After their younger child detecting the same disorder, they are in dire need of more financial support. Their budget has now increased to a staggering rupees 18 crore.
We also connected with Novartis, who is actually producing the medicine or drug. So what they have mentioned, they were also speechless when they heard about both the daughters are SMA. So the best thing what they told us is what they can do is the cost of the medicine is 16 crores, but the first EMI or first installment we have to pay is 9 crores. In 9 crore they will give the injection, and doctors can push that injection to our baby. So minimum 9 crore for one kid we need. So total 18 crores are required as of now to save our both the daughters.
Right, it's 18 CR at this moment. Like we were fighting for 16 CR, and now it's 18 CR what we can manage till now.
Kashvi's family hails from Kolkata. Her mother, Rekha Kumari, comes from a family of Navy officers and is now working with a private company. Her father, Keshav Kundu, holds a job in IT sector.
So I come from a defense background. My dad was in defense, Indian Navy, and I'm working in IT industry. I'm working in Wipro, and nobody in my family has any symptoms. Nobody is having anything. Nobody is aware about SMA in my family. So there was nothing like that. And Keshav
and my parents were like state government teachers in Assam, so they were like my schooling and everything was done in Assam. Then due to like college in Bangalore, and then I settled down in Kolkata at this moment. And so like in our families also there is nothing as such identified, and like unfortunate that we are the carriers, and even we don't, like doctors are saying that you taste this the same MLPA test,
Right.
but I mean what's of use? Like I mean we are not going to plan anything. Like right now we have only 2 daughters and we need to sit in.
From private companies to government jobs, they've knocked all the doors, but the climb is very steep.
So we have sent out applications to PMO office, President of India, and like the CM, because I was born here in Assam, so I had sent an application to Assam as well, and I'm trying to like get back to Kolkata because that is where I belong from at this moment, because I'm staying there with my family. But I am stuck with all this. Like my younger daughter has now been detected in AIDS. So, but I have written the applications to CM of West Bengal as well as the Governor of West Bengal. So those things we are doing, and we are trying to reach out to the celebrities or influencers here in Delhi.
Right.
And but yeah, like. Most of the things here is like they are
not getting a very positive response or very big amount. It's like all the audience are helping us, or like common people are helping us by donating some minimum to maximum amount, whatever they can contribute. Even my father, he comes from an Indian Navy background. Whatever the contacts he has circulated between them. It is only we are getting help from common people.
While Kashvi and Arohi's fate have nudged them in the clutches of the severe medical condition, they continue to fight bravely each day without knowing what lies ahead.
Have a bigger fight to go.
Absolutely.
So I want to appeal like the people of India as well as abroad people who are helping us, and to entire nation to come forward and help our like I as a parent, we don't have any choice between the 2 daughters, like which one is going to get the Zolgensma first and which is going to be the Zolgensma second. So I am not thinking in that way. I'm thinking in the direction that I mean for both the daughters we need it and we have to provide it. So
and we need it as soon as possible for both of them.
Right.
The advanced gene therapy Zolgensma holds the key to their survival. You can be the difference between the life and death for these 2 innocent souls. Rekha and Keshav have set up campaigns for crowdsourcing, and if you have questions, you can dial the father on 7501 496545 or even scan the QR code displayed on the screen and give these 2 sisters a shot at life. Do your bit of one good deed today. Share the word, donate whatever you can, and help Kashvi and Arohi get back their childhood.
बहुत ही अदम व्यक्ति है परमवीर सिंह, क्योंकि उसने हर सीमा पार की है, हर कानून को तोड़ा है और कानून से बाहर जाकर के उसने मुझे प्रताड़नाएं दी हैं।
Saudi Pragya Singh Thakur launches a blistering attack on the Congress and senior police officer. She accused the previous UPA government of orchestrating a conspiracy and acquitted in the Maligaon blast case. Colonel Purohit returns to Pune today. Celebrities, authors and descendants of Shivaji Maharaj's Sardars and Peshwas to attend the grand procession. NCPS CPMLA Jitendra Award has now sparked a row by making statements against Sanatan Dharma, saying Sanatan Dharma has ruined India. Operation Nakal, one of the biggest crackdowns on Lashkar enters day 3. 2 Lashkar terrorists taken down, manhunt on to trace arrest. Asian Cricket Council announces venue for India-Pakistan match. BCCI continues to maintain silence amid national call for no cricket with terrorist day. We are live breaking up. Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. After his acquittal in the Malegaon case, Lieutenant Colonel Purohit is all set to return to his home in Pune today. The procession will take place shortly and it will be attended by a huge guest list viewers. So we have many celebrities, authors, descendants of erstwhile Sardar Shivaji Maharaj and Bajirao Peshwa. Remember viewers, all the 7 were acquitted in the Malegaon case, including Lieutenant Colonel Purohit. And I really want to go across to my colleague Gopi, who's joining us right now. You know, Gopi, this is huge coming in because Lieutenant Colonel has said that now he can serve the nation very, very proudly. And we also have a big guest list today. If you could just take our viewers through who's going to be there for Lieutenant Colonel Purohit's homecoming.
Well, in fact, beginning from the Rajya Sabha MP Medha Kulkarni, along with that, as you were mentioning, descendants of Shivaji Maharaj as well as Bajirao will be here. And along with that, many prominent faces from Marathi film industry will be here. I would ask my camera person to kindly show you the preparations that are underway for Lieutenant Colonel Purohit's welcome. You can see that you have musicians here. This is a park which is nearby to his residence. I would also ask my camera person to kindly show you that there's a beautiful rangoli which has been made, and this is an old temple where he's going to come here, seek blessings, while we will take a few voices from who have actually organized this procession. There's a group of senior citizen women who have organized this procession. Let's speak to them. Ma'am, you have organized a procession and welcoming for Lieutenant Colonel Prasad. What do you want to say about that?
One mistake in your... We haven't arranged for procession. There is another group of Prasad's, Lieutenant Colonel Prasad's friends. They have arranged that procession. But we had arranged it initially for our society. And here is a group of 12 or 17 women, all senior citizens. And this is the only group in the society which meets regularly and without any reason. We don't need any reason to meet. Every day we meet. So we decided that when such a thing happens, then elderly people, one minute.
So, ma'am, he is going to come here. What are the, what is the exact plan? What are you going to do?
Actually, he will come here till his house. He will be in a jeep. And then he will walk all the way to this mandir. Then he will garland the Maruti Murti. Or later he will break Nariyal. And then we will have an auction. Do you know, 5 or 6 औरतें वो ऑक्शन करेंगी और उसके बाद हम उनका सत्कार करेंगे.
Right. So, this is in fact one of the senior citizen women from this society who is going to welcome. They have planned certain things for Lieutenant Colonel Purohit, and they are going to welcome him here right at this park. As she was mentioning, this is a temple, Maruti temple. He's going to come here. He's going to offer a garland to the god, and then probably there will be a kind of short event of felicitation which is planned as of yet. Back to you.
Gopi, and you're saying that the preparations are right now underway, and We see that a lot of women have also organized this procession. But let's talk a little bit about the family members. Have you had an opportunity to talk to them? Because we know the family members of the Lieutenant Colonel Purohit, they have really supported him all this time. And he has said again and again that I'm very indebted to my family as well. And of course, the army for supporting him. Yes, Gopi.
Well, definitely, Shivangi, we need to understand one thing, that it was not just Lieutenant Colonel Purohit who was suffering, but it was the entire family. Entire family was tortured mentally in one way or the other. You can imagine somebody's absence from a household for over 9 years. And that was a tricky phase. In fact, we happened to speak to his wife yesterday. She also reiterated this fact that, those were the difficult days, that was a difficult time, but we will have to see that the future is bright. He has been acquitted, and now that what they want to do is to serve the nation, which we have seen time and again. Lieutenant Colonel Purohit has also been mentioning about this, that in spite of his 9 years in jail, he has never left to serve his nation. That is what he intends to do. Imagine over 3 decades of serving to your nation, and then you are kind of fabricated, your name is fabricated in such a big bomb blast case, and where they have put strong allegations. They've put strong allegations towards you that you were the one to plant RDX. I would also ask my camera person to kindly show you that, see, the preparations are underway at this very park where he will be brought. We just spoke to a group of women, a person, secretary of that senior citizen women group, who said that he will be brought here at this temple. He will then be, I would ask my camera person to show you this visual of this temple, where this is the Maruti Nandan Hanuman God, where he's going to come here, offer garland to Hanuman, and you can see a beautiful rangoli which says Suswagatam. So yes, people of Pune, in fact people of his society, are waiting to welcome their own Lieutenant Colonel Purohit. Back to you.
That is right. Gopi, stay on with us right now, because, it's, celebrities will be attending this grand procession which will be taking place. And remember, viewers, that Lieutenant Colonel Purohit has spoken about how he has always been in service. And we are also going ahead and getting our viewers more updates in terms of what is happening. If you have Gopi with us, let's go to Gopi once more. If we can just get her back, because we know that many updates are on the story. Let's go ahead. Republic also spoke to a senior RSS leader, Ram Madhav, on the Malegaon blast verdict, reacting to the NIA court's acquittal of all accused, including Sadhvi Pragya and Lieutenant Colonel Purohit. The RSS leader said that the truth has finally prevailed. He called the case a politically motivated conspiracy to defame Hindutva, and said that justice has been delayed but not denied.
Mr. Madhav, thank you very much for speaking to Republic TV. Let me straight away begin by asking you, multiple witnesses have now come on record to state that they were then forced to take the name of RSS leaders. Is the pattern now very clear?
Not now. It was clear to us 15, 17 years ago itself, when all this conspiracy began. It was a very well laid out conspiracy. I was privy to the investigation until it was handed over to NIA in 2011. We were very clear at the time that there was a big conspiracy that was being laid out. Firstly, to create a terror equivalent to Islamic terror, to create a non-existent thing called saffron terror or Hindu terror. For that purpose, they laid out a very intelligent trap using agencies and using their, of course, the Home Ministry and all. The consequences we have seen, innocents were dragged into it, and later they tried to use those innocent youngsters to put force. Use violence, use a lot of torture and all as a means to reach the top leadership of the RSS. I used to handle these cases in the initial years. 4-5 years I have handled them. So I know everything about what those guys were doing. It was a very sinister conspiracy. Look, we came out clean finally as an organization. But today, all those youngsters who were wrongly sought to be implicated in these cases have also come out one after the other. There were 5-6 different cases. The last case was this Malegaon blast case. Finally, the truth has come out that it was a conspiracy by the then UPA government to, number one, of course, create this terror equivalent as Hindu terror, but also to come at the organizations like RSS and other Hindu bodies.
You were saying that Rahul Gandhi had spoken to some of the embassy members, and there was this entire thing about saffron terror being a larger threat.
Oh, yes. So he tried to equate or present it as a much bigger threat than even Lashkar-e-Taiba. That's the kind of propaganda he indulged in. Then the then Home Minister, Mr. Chidambaram, talked about the Hindu terror being a reality. The then next Minister, Mr. Sushil Shinde, who became the Home Minister succeeding Mr. Chidambaram, he talked about it. And Digvijay Singh went to the extent of saying that the Malegaon and even the 2008 Mumbai terror attacks were a conspiracy of RSS. This was to the extent to which the then Congress leadership went to, of course, defame the entire Hindu community, but they didn't realize in the process they are actually defaming our country.
Mr. Ram Madhav, Western powers, would it be appropriate to say that this conspiracy was not only being hatched here in our country by the powers at helm at that point in time, but also people with vested interests outside the country? Because why exactly would Rahul Gandhi really go and tell the embassy officials about the so-called saffron terror, if at all there wasn't something coming from outside? So can we really rule out the possibility of Western interference at that point in time to build this entire conspiracy or fuel this entire conspiracy?
Look, I don't want to divert the blame from those perpetrators in our country, in our government at that time, to some outside forces. Maybe some outside, maybe didn't. I don't have any such evidence. At least at that time when I was monitoring or looking after these issues for the first 3-4 years, it was clearly a conspiracy laid out